بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, Your Excellencies, honorable ministers and gentlemen, respected members, ladies and gentlemen. This first session of the General Assembly of the Higher Council for Education, Training and Scientific Research is of particular importance, not only in view of what it reflects in the continuation of this council in advancing its constitutional roles, but also because it bears several challenges. Perhaps the most important of them all is the challenge of the continuity with the required efficiency in building on creating accumulation and enriching whenever necessary. It is an opportunity for us to express once again our pride in contributing to the management of the affairs of this institution and achieving its desired goals. This is what we will all strive to achieve with honesty, responsibility, objectivity, wisdom, and openness to all institutions and stakeholders in the educational and training system. I reiterate that this constructive spirit must be in all of our activities during this session and inspired by the directives of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, in order to make this institution a lever that will assume its full responsibilities to keep pace and support the development model and programs and the reform dynamics of our country's agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, members, His Majesty recommends the necessity of serious dedication of this system, given its priority and as a national priority and a forefront, and the cause of a society with its various components, including government sectors, territorial communes, and also advisory councils and civil society and political society, as well as the intellectuals and partners and the press, etc. This is what necessitates an openness from the council in order to contribute in enriching through this dialogue and the success for creating this mobilizing comes with several priorities and goals, as well as good coordination and selflessness, because it will all of this will be able to create a brighter future for our children. And given the current context and the development of relations and coordination between the council and the other sectors or the rest of institutions, this entails the belief in this relationship of one integration, coordination and cooperation between the functional roles of the institution within the framework of independence and the limits enshrined constitutionally within the same context and vision. It is important to strengthen collective thinking. We must focus on what His Majesty the King is keen on strengthening our country's commitment and promoting lifelong learning opportunities, making education and training issues among the priorities of and stakes of partnership and international cooperation, and strengthening coordination and sharing experiences and best practices. And the Higher Council for Education, Training and Scientific Research and its organizational and deliberative bodies and all its members are required today with efforts equal to to His Majesty's trust in them, starting with knowing the strategies, plans, policies, and open programs, and the deep awareness of the gains achieved, and the needs and challenges posed, and the contributing to the second in monitoring, keeping up, and considering the perspectives and contents and reforms and approaches adopted to find appropriate and bold answers to the challenges facing the system, and the suggestions and capabilities it needs. Ladies and gentlemen, members, perhaps all our responsibilities and challenging at this challenging moment are what we can make of an effective contribution in the fundamental issues related to education, training, and scientific research, based on the constitutional roles of the Council, and in considering what His Majesty the King is waiting for and the priorities he set with his strategic vision in his speeches, and among which, but not limited to, the relentless endeavor to develop a clear horizon map and follow a perspective and the content of current directions and reform and the approved approaches. And the Council's work with recommendations capable of reforming the educational system, especially at the level of the problem of teaching languages and overcoming ideological differences that impede reform, adopting programs and curricula that are appropriate to development requirements, finding also innovative solutions in the field of qualification and presenting, and innovative national presentation and vocational training, and adapting these benefits to the strategic and development vision of our country. In view of all this, it requires us to keep of plans, policies, and programs, reveal gains and obstacles, bring up changes and bets and stakes, and current and the future needs, anticipates the pressure that results in the digital transition, and consequently absorb the societal, demographical, and cultural transformations in our country. And with the reform background of the educational system, and with the cumulative momentum of the Council, and with collective will of its members, we are ready to engage in achieving the main goals and reform, and to establish constructive and cooperation and continuous communication and dialogue with everyone, governed by the constitutional documents. And our starting point is the great meanings that are crystallized in the messages and speeches and directives of His Majesty. Based on that, we should not consider any reformist vision as such peripheral and transient, but as a basis of being a process, continuity and suspense and sustainability. Our success as a constitutional institution is in raising these challenges, or overcoming these challenges, depends on a great deal of persistence in the spirit of high citizenship and patriotism and teamwork in an objective manner and a realistic one. Ladies and gentlemen, with the provisions of Articles 12, 13, and 17 from the Law 105/12 regulating the Council, and the Articles 26 and 36 of the Council's bylaws, will witness this. This session will witness the anchoring the bodies that represent the that, that represent a cornerstone, and they will activate the powers of the Council in a section that carries great weight. It is the part of advisory opinions and proposal reports. By that, I mean organizing the elections and the mandates of the office members, representing the three constituent groups of the Council, and the formation of the permanent committees, and the election of the chairman and reporters in accordance with the organization procedures stipulated in its bylaws. This moment requires us to look forward for this process, as it is a step and also a structure of the bodies of the Council, and as it's a sense of responsibility and active participation in the tasks entrusted to it. It is a call to make it a smooth and constructive transitional moment with positive spirit, and give an image worthy of our constitutional institution. Ladies and gentlemen, members, within this direction, and in order to improve the governance of our work during this session, and in accordance with the Articles 23 and 17 of the Law 105/12 regulating the Council, and Article 83 of the bylaw, and based on the recommendation of the General Council in July 2014 to adapt and amend the bylaws whenever it needs arises, especially the possibility of reviewing, and I say reviewing, the designations of the permanent committees, their number of and the expansion of their substantive functions, thinking about potential amendments exclusively related to Article 34, which stipulates a number of designations of permanent committees, and Article 43, which defines the main areas of work, has become a necessity imposed by a set of factual data and a kind of overlap, and repetition was observed in some thematic tasks. Based on that, and to overcome these constraints derived from the experience accumulated by the Council, and to have bylaws that strengthens the relationship between the bodies of the Council, and achieving a balance between them, and for a better organization which keeps up with the roles of the Council, we suggest, if you agree, we suggest reducing the number of committees from 6 to 5 in order to obtain an appropriate group size in each committee, as well as creating a new committee and merging some committees, checking their designations and areas of intervention, as well as establishing and strengthening a clear objective nature for each of them. This would value institutional accumulation and invest in opportunities available to enhance the performance of the committees and develop their work mechanisms and improve their areas of intervention, and give it means of effectiveness and success in this context. And within the program of this first day of the session, a presentation be made for the aforementioned partial amendments draft in preparation for deliberation and validating it. We hope that this review, once it's decided by the General Assembly, will give a strong impetus to the committees in order to carry out their roles and make them more effective and enable them to express themselves within an effective regulatory framework. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on the verge of a second term, and we all strive without exception to be full of tasks and outputs with a fruitful and positive strategic outlook. We consider this endeavor as organizing the work of the Council for the 5 years coming necessitates careful framing from our first stage. This fact dictates that we include 2 points that seem to us of utmost importance and that will receive a lot of attention during our deliberations. The first relates to a proposal to create a working group by the General Assembly, entrusting it with a balanced task. It is the preparation of the Council's strategy for the period between 2023 and 2027 as a comprehensive framework and a roadmap for what it hoped to be achieved together, and what we accept in terms of the priorities that corresponds and anticipating what the various national and international contexts require. And it is envisaged that the strategy will be organized in reference and directive foundations, major goals, and set of principles of goals that we are supposed to fully engaged in to achieve its purpose and upgrade the experience of our council during this mandate. And the second is for creating a temporary committee in order to prepare the annual report. The report, which is approved by the Constitution and the provisions of Article 160, which stipulates that institutions and bodies of good governance to submit a report of their work at least once a year. And it becomes the subject of discussion by the Parliament, and as stipulated in the law related to the Council within the provisions of its 5th article, which is a report that the Speaker submits to His Majesty the King and directs it to the Prime Minister, the Speaker and of the Chamber of Deputies, and the Speaker of the Council of the Advisors. And it's the subject of discussions before it's published in the official gazette. The importance of this report is that it's an important communicative and analytical moment, not just descriptive only. The Council and through it, the political and civil society stands on the outcome of its evaluation, advisory, and propositional works that were completed during a full year, with the benefits that these works bear for the national system of education, training, and scientific research. The work of this temporary committee will be based gradually and cumulatively on the work of the other bodies of the Council, especially the work that will be prepared by the National Assessment Authority and the committees and the working groups, as well as the thematic study and research work that the Council will program. Ladies and gentlemen, members, if the feature that characterizes this session is mainly organizational, we have decided, and with the appreciation of and the coordination with each of our friends, Mr. Shakib bin Musa, Minister of Education, Primary Education and Sport, and Mr. Latif Mirawi and Mr. Yunus Kuri, to include a point of the agenda of the session, 3 proposals which first intended to present the roadmap between 2022-2026 for a public school of quality for everybody, and also the national plan to accelerate the transformation of the higher education, scientific research, and innovation system, as well as the roadmap for the development of vocational training. The importance of these presentations lies on one hand in informing the General Assembly of these balanced reform development, and in placing members in a clear picture of the goals, and also keeping pace with frequent vigilance to reform the educational system with the same close cooperation, and keeping up with the efforts made or exerted in the implementation of the proposals contained in the strategic vision and the requirement contained in Law Framework 1751. And then on this occasion, I would like to thank ministers for this step, which concretely marks a beginning for a promising path of coordination cooperation, which will only be fruitful and constructive, God willing. Ladies and gentlemen, members, in conclusion, and in my capacity as president of the Higher Council for Education, Training and Scientific Research, I confirm that I will be a president of all, working with all the bodies of the Council, including bureaus, committees, working groups, and accompanying technical devices in a participatory manner, in a spirit of consensus and cooperation, and in a way integrates various opinions and suggestions. So we need to continue on the same spirit in order to have more gains and enriching them in line with the aspirations of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. On this occasion, I would like to also acknowledge all the Council's executives and employees for their dedication and efforts in the literary and organizational preparation of this session. And I also would like to thank the media and all the partners which have a decisive role that they play in enlightening public opinion at the level of what it celebrates, the institution includes. And we wish our country more progress, well-being, and prosperity under the wise leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May God grant him victory. And Assalamu alaikum, and peace be upon you all.
I would like to inform the members that the council has the legal requirements met, where 7 members have been excused in comparison with the 80 members that have been present with us today. Thank you for your presence. Mr. Shakib, welcome. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, thank you, Mr. President, for making it available for us to present the roadmap of 2022-2026, through which we will be introducing and discussing this topic. And this is, of course, an occasion for us to say that this roadmap, which has been a result of lots of discussions that have been important for over 100,000 people, and this is really an opportunity for us to introduce this roadmap to the members of the Higher Council of Education, Training and Scientific Research. We must first remind you all, ladies and gentlemen, of the high royal directives of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, who confirms that the first objective of education reform is to make it available for the student to be able to have all of the skills required to be up to speed on all the international standards. His Majesty also confirms that everyone must be serious when it comes to the activation of this reform in order for us to reach these objectives. Actually, we have some reference points and a will to reform, as well as a strategic vision which is common and shared. And so, despite all of these reference points and this common will, the results are not on the same level we were expecting, and especially when it comes to the to learning the basic skills, or when it comes to the trust that should be placed in the educational system by the people. The reference points are from His Majesty the King Mohammed VI's speech from 2015 about the strategic vision of 2015-2030, and this is based on a strategic vision that has defined all the requirements of this reform based on the new development plan as well as the government program. And so all of these reference points have always been the foundations for the roadmap of 2022-2026. So despite all of these references, we find that the main directives have not really been applied because compulsory education is not achieved at the same level we would love to see. So these are some numbers based on the national ratings and reviews by the Higher Council for Education, Training and Scientific Research, which shows us that at the end of the primary school cycle, we find that 30% of the students that have a strong grasp of the curriculum of the last year of the primary education are only 30%, and so for the junior high school, only 10% of the students are able to have a wide grasp of this curriculum. So there is there are high differences between the public and private schools, or the public and private schooling sectors, and so this is the sad reality that is still here despite all of the efforts that we have made so far. And so we must be aware that the level of our education is not very acceptable, which explains the issue of trust, or placing trust in public schools. There are also other numbers based on PISA, which shows unsatisfactory numbers, showing us that Morocco is among 75th countries among 75 when it comes to literacy. So since the start of this year, and so for us, we have to rate the level of the students, which has been including 25,000 students who are studying in the 5th year of primary school. So this is an operation that was conducted in September of this past year, and this is just a general overview of an internal review that we have conducted, which shows us the real level of schooling for these students in the 5th year of primary schools when it comes to studying or reading the Arabic language or having a grasp on the French language. And so, as you can see, even a text with 15 words, there are issues for these students to read these texts fluently in French, as well as students who can achieve simple division operations. So simple divisions of, for example, 76 divided by 4, only 13% of the students can achieve this. And so this really shows us the real level of these students, as well as all the challenges that can be raised and which we need to overcome when it comes to this situation. Same thing goes for school dropouts. So since 2016, the rate of school dropouts are 300,000 male and female students on average, and so a quarter is in primary and a quarter is in high school, while half of these dropouts are coming from secondary school or junior high. So these are the efforts that we need to make in order for us to make the schooling sector efficient enough in order for students during their compulsory schooling education phase, they need to be present in their classes and instead of dropping out. So in order to actually improve the quality of the public school, our goal was to strike a balance in order for us to find the reasons behind why this will, which is a national will, is not, that is not stemming from the classrooms, because we find that we didn't really build the reforms on gauging the influence, and we did not really look into the results that it would have on classrooms, because there was an issue of coordination between all stakeholders, which was subpar really, as well as the follow-up when it comes to training these stakeholders as well, which made this roadmap built on a difference, or striking the difference between managing how we can reform this sector in the past, as well as how we can make it all of the engagements of the roadmap to be applied on a principal level with a constant or regular fashion on the students, as well as adopting the preliminary trials for many reforms, because we noticed that theoretically these reforms sound like they are very positive. However, sometimes when it comes to applying them, it shows that they don't really achieve the goals that we were expecting. Also, how we can strengthen and build the capacities of the stakeholders and how to motivate them. We have to have a coordinating approach in a way that allows us to support them and make sure that all these stakeholders are committed to this operation. So, as I said, We've had many discussions that have included over 100,000 participants when it comes to all the interveners and stakeholders, as well as many channels. So, this roadmap is actually based on 3 strategic goals, which are focusing on 12 commitments over 3 axes: the student, the teacher, as well as the school itself. And we have found that there are 3 conditions for success. If you would allow me quickly, I will now be presenting the goals and commitments as well as the conditions for success. Firstly, the goals. We have focused on the goals that are doable and measurable as well. So this is starting from the ensuring of the quality of learning, and this is where we have defined a goal in 2026, which is, of course, these goals are coming from the long term and the medium term as well. However, we have tried to find a goal that is measurable, which we can also achieve in the horizon of the year 2026. And we have found that the idea of 30% of the students that can really finish their school curriculum by the 6th year of primary school, we have found that if we can reach 60% of these students, or doubling this percentage, we will have been able to achieve this roadmap. And we understand that this is a course that requires time and lots of effort in order for us to reach it on the medium or long term. The second goal, which is the promotion of openness and citizenship, and this is going to be done through programs for schools, and this is where we have considered that in the horizon of year 2026 we need to double the percentage of students that are benefiting from the parallel extracurricular activities that help us enrich our citizenship values, as well as the love of exploration and self-confidence, which are all really basic and fundamental for children in order for us to help them build their skills and to make them really active members of society in Morocco. The third goal, which is the achievement of compulsory education, where we have been able to define a goal that is measurable in a way that would help us reduce school dropouts, through which we have been able to reduce the number to somewhat a third of the people that drop out of school, instead in order for us to keep them in their classes. So based on these goals, we have tried to look into the principal aspects that we need to work on. We have defined such in 3 axes. The first one, which is the student, which is the center of our primary objectives, in a way that would help us really focus on students more, in a way that would help us affect them positively. The second axe, which is related to the teacher, who is the primary stakeholder and the principal stakeholder when it comes to the improvement of the quality of teaching and learning processes, for the students to be open to these values of citizenship. And the third aspect, which is the actual school itself, which we consider as a space and a platform for us on which we will be able to apply our roadmap in a way that would really touch the hearts of our students by reaching out to them throughout these classrooms. And so through these aspects we have been able to define 12 concrete commitments which are divided through on these three aspects. The first aspect, which is in the benefit of the students and the pupils, and I will mention them quickly, knowing that for the document that we have shared with you, there are details for each and every commitment and what is the goal as well as the measurement in the horizon of the year 2026 that we would like to achieve. Firstly, the primary education. We need to publicize initial education of quality, which is regulated by the state and generalized in order to prepare all pupils to achieve academic success. And this is something that the government has adopted in a way that is going to be making sure that this education is publicized and generalized in order for it to be regulated directly by the administration, and having the administration become the main responsible department that is looking after the improvement of quality of primary education. The second commitment, which is really about the pedagogical and curriculum aspect of education in a way that helps acquiring the basic skills as well as the firm grasp on national and foreign languages, as well as the third commitment, which is about a follow-up and an individual follow-up for students to help them overcome any obstacles in education and in learning, because we know that there are obstacles in learning that make it hard for them to learn, and this makes them really unable to keep up with the lessons that are carried out within classrooms, and this means that we are in need of some sort of a support that is educational, that helps them get up to speed or be up to speed on all of these lessons, and in order for us to as you have seen, we've had a learning program called TAL in a way for us to help students be up to speed on all of these lessons and to really gauge the actual level of education that they have. And this is happening through groups of students of the same level, and we have a compliant method for each and every group of these students to help them really be able to benefit from these experiences. And so experiments have shown us that there are some really interesting results for students that have been able to overcome these challenges or these learning challenges to be able to acquire the fundamental and basic skills throughout this process of following up with students. The fourth commitment, which is directing the students towards educational paths which are compatible with their qualifications in order to increase their chances of success. And this is done through junior high school as well as high school itself, while taking into consideration that sometimes some learning paths and educational paths are not compatible for some students, which lead them to dropouts. The fifth commitment, which is related to social support, which we would like to double, and especially in some areas which are in need of social support that would help their students really benefit when it comes to educational transportation as well as housing for these students. And as well as facilitation of financial support for the families of the students, as well as an aspect that is related to cafeterias at schools. And so all of these aspects are suffering from some significant obstacles, because we need some room for reform when it comes to social support, which is actually concerning many partners who are providing support, of which are provinces, as well as the INDH, or the National Initiative of Human Development, as well as partners of the private sector, so who are doing a really good job. The second axe, which is in the benefit of the teachers, on which we have focused in terms of continuous training. We have also focused on how we can improve the working conditions for the teachers, as well as the educational body for classrooms throughout. Following up on this this work by doubling down on the crowdedness of classrooms, as well as providing pedagogical methods and digital methods that would maybe help a number of teachers when it comes to the management and improvement of how lessons are carried out within classrooms. The eighth commitment, which is a system for managing the vocational path for all of the for all of the people involved in the education sector, which is of course related to the main system, and we have opened a wide and deep discussion with all of the with the most representing, or the most representative syndicate, and we have been talking for months in order for us to reach an agreement on this main system that would be motivating for these bodies, which are in need of which we are in need of their participation in order for us to improve the quality of learning in classrooms. The third aspect, which is related to schools and in educational institutions, we have four aspects and commitments. The ninth of which are about providing good reception and conditions that are equipped with the use of digital means. The 10th aspect, which is for us to manage the qualifications to lead the institution and improve its quality in a way that would help them be real leaders that would really look after the quality of their schools. The 11th commitment, which is the spirit of education, which needs to be open in order to work hand in glove with the trusted stakeholders who are partners in this educational operation, as well as the last commitment, which is how we can enable the parallel and sports activities that would allow the students to open up and really bloom in their own surroundings. We have also considered that in order for us to achieve these provisions, we have three conditions for success. There is a condition related to governance, and we have really been really able to understand that we need some procedures to measure quality and to establish quality assurance methodologies and stimulating the responsibility of the stakeholders. And this is also related to the aspect of openness on educational institutions. The second condition for success, which is how to make all of the stakeholders in the educational institutions have some sort of a commitment through a charter or a code of commitment. And this is in order for us to make it so that the methodology is the basis for everything that is related to education. And lastly, we also have a condition related to financing as well as financial planning, in order for us to make all of the required methods and means for the roadmap available when it comes to human resources. Because we have a programming that is going to be taking place when it comes to the recruitment of 20,000 new employees each and every year throughout the 4 years to come. And this is in agreement with the presidency of the government and the Ministry of Finance. There is also a financial plan that is making each and every year some sort of an improvement for the budget of 7% of the annual budget, which is looking after all of the commitments that are related to the improvement of the situation for the people involved in education, as well as a side that is related to the improvement of the quality of education, and make all of the necessary possibilities within the methodology.
I would like lastly to reiterate that today we consider, and based on this roadmap, that we have an opportunity that we can consider one and only in order to implement the directives of His Majesty the King, and also once again having the trust of the people in the Moroccan school. And as I said earlier, we're in need for a leap in this field when it comes to reform, as well as upgrading the ability to managing aspirations and sharing the on a regular basis all the accomplishments with the public, and through a new dynamism which involves all stakeholders through the chart of commitments. As I said before, we are aware that the fruits of this reform comes through procedures, and we know that this stage between and this stage is a stage for building. This stage between 2022 and 2023 is an initial stage for us to determine all the needs and improve our experience. And between 2024 and 2025, we will enlarge these experiences and apply them through more or on more schools, and we believe that this would help us improve the results of this roadmap that will be achieved in 2025, and we believe that the results would be even better during that year, better than the years earlier. And of course, between 2026 and 2027, the results of those international evaluations can be improved as well. Why do I mention these points? Because we will have evaluations in 2023, 2024 as well, and the results of these evaluations would not necessarily show an apparent improvement if we compare it to those of 2019 or 2018, because the reform is at its early stage, and we are still working on enlarging several procedures within schools and institutions, and this shows us that we need a longer period of time. I would stop here. In the files between your hands, you have several details. For example, the current challenges, the goals, and also there are some data without delving into details. All the you have the data and statistics regarding good governance, commitment, and also financing. I don't think that the time would allow me to delve into more details, so we will open the floor for any remarks regarding this presentation. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mr. Dear Minister, for presenting all of these statistics that are very realistic and if I may say, scary in a way. So we really hope to overcome these challenges and make a reform through your roadmap that you will adopt from 2023 to 2026. Thank you very much. Now, we'll open the floor for ladies and gentlemen, respected members, if any of them would like to give a comment regarding what Mr. Shakib bin Musa has said. Please go ahead. The floor is yours. Please introduce yourself. Sadiq Arghiwi. You are well known. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and ladies and gentlemen, dear members, dear ministers. I would like to express my my accord with what the minister has said, because it was a very realistic presentation that gave a diagnosis on the current situation as well as a roadmap which is realistic and through which we can truly save education, because we know that this sector really needs saving. I would like to just reiterate, based on my experience, on 2 points. First of which, regarding saving the public school and the educational system in general, I believe that we need to bring once again the value and the and also the moral aspect, because the physical situation is just part of the status of the educational system and the image of professors. Second point is the focus on training. You mentioned continuous training, and I believe that this is a vital point, because if we go back a little bit, we'll find that the basic training and continuous training did not have the necessary importance during recent years, especially after 2016, I would say, up until now. I believe that this is a very vital point that we need to focus on. The third point, and of course, once again, it was mentioned in the presentation of the minister, is the good governance and financing as well. Thank you very much.
هل هناك من
Are there any other comments? Please go ahead. Your name, please.
تفضلي.
صباح الخير.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of the council. Good morning, Mr. President and dear Minister. Thank you very much for this presentation, which highlighted the problems faced by the public school in particular. Here I would like to focus on school dropping, especially in rural areas and small towns. Mr. Minister has mentioned several visions that contained realistic solutions for this problematic of school dropping, and also the role of the communes and other stakeholders. I would like simply to reiterate your attention to that we can't have a solution if we don't development in a comprehensive manner the rural areas. For example, the support that we provide on a yearly basis of 800 to 1,000 or even 1,200, and we all know that students pay this 1,500 at times to study, but they only receive a subsidiary of 800 on a yearly basis. So here we see, if there is no comprehensive development, we can't achieve anything. The girl in rural in rural areas becomes a scapegoat, or if a family can only provide education for the son or the daughter, they would choose the son. And here even with this program Taysir, if this mother has children and has to bring lumber and water from afar, so here there's a problem. So should her daughter go to school or go bring water? If we don't have comprehensive development for rural areas, we can't really resolve this issue of school dropping, especially in those areas. Mr. President, please go ahead. I would choose one of you. Mr. Amin, then Mr. Bukus. You know why? I really don't. Dear Minister, in your presentation, you provided several data regarding the results of the evaluation and the assessment. And we know that before COVID, you had this assessment which compared public and private education in the last year of primary school and middle school. And when it comes to the results of private schooling, we found that it's 3 times better than public schooling. 20% of the students are better in mathematics and French and Arabic in comparison to 60%. I don't say this in defense of the privatizing schooling. No, I'm with public schooling, but these results really puts a question: how can or poses a question: how can these students and the same professors in one country, we have an educational system which gives good results, and the other one which has the majority of students provides unsatisfactory results. And if we want to talk about curriculums, training for professors, etc., we need to define this paradox which leads us to these 2 results. Where is the difference between the 2 systems, the private and the public one? Thank you very much, Mr. President. Raqi. Thank you. Mr. President, I would go quickly since we're pressured by time. I would like to ask the Minister, and I would like to really commend his work, because we really like to have a Minister with a roadmap. However, I would like to express my fear that this roadmap might have several pitfalls. And I would like to mention the 1st and the 8th commitments. The first one, which concerns the primary school. And here I would like to reiterate that as long as primary school, and the Minister said this, the state only monitors primary schooling. It's up to the civil society. So this problem will always be there. Primary schooling has to be the responsibility of the state, just according to the chart. Those associations and those agencies and the work they do, I would consider archaic, and it contributes in a way to the vulnerability of primary schooling. We have 3 categories in primary schooling. We have education, public education. We have private education. However, there is a number of garages and small shops where students go and study, and they come right after that to primary school with these false ideas. The other commitment, which concerns education practitioners and professionals, we have the financial challenge, and there is a blockade between you and trade unions. And here I would like to say, it is really a shame to have only one upgrade for professors. The challenge that you talked about really goes against the first directive that royal directive that you mentioned, which is having education as a priority in the national plans and policies. Thank you, thank you. I can say that all the members would like to ask questions, and this is great. But if we need to stop this discussion for reasons related to organizing the session, so that we don't move to asking the minister, because this is a reality, and so please limit your questions. I will try to be direct. First things first, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the Honorable Minister. I would like to respect the time given to me. First, I have a question regarding the position of Berber in this roadmap of the ministry. Second, I don't know why the results of Berber were not mentioned in the assessment of 2019. Third, and since the constitution stipulates that Berber is a main language, just the same as Arabic, and we have a law which enforces which imposes on institutions to abide by the constitution and its provisions. And here I mentioned that the documents received by the ministry were not translated into Berber. These are general remarks that I would like to see, that I would like to see some changes in the future based on. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Honorable Minister. In short, I believe that the common idea among all of us is that what students learn, and when I say what students learn exactly in today's world, Morocco's world, and its challenges, we know that we are in a rapidly changing world, and this has to be in the core of curriculums. I believe that, and I acknowledge the fact that this roadmap is timely, and you are waiting for results by 2026, and there are some results that can't be achieved in this year. And here I would like to mention the legal framework, and it's been 20 years starting from 2002, and these laws were not modified, and I'm not talking about reforms and amendments, including what happened lately on primary school or schooling. We live in a world which is different from that of 2002. The law stipulates that we need to create a structure which works on curriculums, and this structure has 3 years as stipulated by the law in order to have the referential structure. So it's a reform. It's an awaited reform for not only not for 2026, but for more years to come. So we need to have two paces: a short-term pace for 2026, and another pace which will be structural and will make up for all the ruptures, as you said, and will put our country on the right path, and will keep up for what these new generations learn on, and how to develop not only knowledge but also critical thinking and all other competencies, everything related to civic and professional vocational training. So how can your ministry deal with these two paces? Thank you. Please go ahead, Mr. Sabani. You're Secretary General of the Trade Union for Higher Education. Thank you, Mr. President, honorable ministers, dear members of the Council. I don't have a question for the current government or the minister, because we know that this current government is not the one responsible for the current situation of education that we've been facing for decades. However, I would like to highlight the sentence of training trainers. Well, this phrase. Maybe we have in our handouts several details that we haven't looked at yet, but I would like to mention how have we reached this situation. And I would like to once again say that the former government, for example, the government of 1998, they put an end to Linus, and then which has been there since 1963. They closed it down, and they built other other schools for training professors. So, and then the same thing happened in 2010. We shut down these schools and we rebuilt them. So what we reached is not strange and didn't come out of the blue. We need to have more time to focus and go back to the root causes that led us to this situation. Thank you. Thank you. Please go ahead, dear friend. Thank you, Mr. President, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Council. I believe that the honorable minister presented a project that ends in 2026, and I believe that if we compare it to the vision of 2015 to 2030, which will make the students who graduate in 2015, I think that we had a loss of 7 years, and we need to make up for it, and we see this making up, and for that I would like to thank the minister. The second concern is regarding the continuous training, and you mentioned the training of a professor which has started in 2021, and the professor needs to be continuously trained for 3 years. However, we don't see a continuous training for practitioner professors. And as our colleague mentioned, we need to have other programs, and this is a challenge. The third point that Mr. Raqi mentioned is primary schooling, and primary schooling is in the hands of associations and agencies, and the ministry should be responsible for it instead. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll give the floor to the minister so that we don't make this session a session for questioning the minister, because he's questioned on each Monday in the House of Deputies.
لا سمحتوا لا تخصنا نستمعوا له لأنه هو قدم واحد العرض.
He delivered a great presentation which is realistic, and I'm sure that we have a lot to say about it. However, please, if you allow me, dear members, just to consider, Honorable Minister, his time. First things first, thank you for your interest in this topic and asking all of these questions. It's true that this topic requires a lot of time for discussions, and I am prepared. I'm more than ready to have serious discussions regarding all of the points mentioned in the presentation, because these points and solving them will help us to build a common vision, and that will lead us to achieve our objectives. There were several and comprehensive discussions. However, it's important that these discussions take place within the council, and I'm more than ready to provide the time within even within committees that will be created, or in a week-long meeting. I would like to go back to a point, and which is why did we talk about the roadmap between 2022 and 2026, though we are talking about a reform that requires more time or a longer period of time, and we really need some structural reforms, and if we start them from now, we'll see their fruits in 5 years at least. However, we considered that it's of utmost importance to have some procedural goals that will be measurable, and this also has a political aspect, if I may say. Though this topic of education, I believe it surpasses politics. However, it has a political aspect of liability, which is important. However, determining the stage or the phase of 2026, it doesn't mean that in 2026 a number of procedures will be concluded and provided the necessary results and gains. We need time, and that's why that last slide had this objective to show that there is a dimension that surpasses the mandate of the current government. That's why this discussion must be within the council, this higher council, because I believe that through this through these discussions that are being held within this higher council and with all stakeholders, is a continuity in this reform. This is not related to only a minister which has a limited mandate. Thus, and this is our will, to have at the same time other procedures that we work hard to have its impacts on short term. As we talked about the support and also revising some objective revisions and assessments, especially when it comes to curriculums and school books. It has short-term aspects, however it should also have a mid and long-term vision, and we also need to say that we need experience, because we don't know, even on an international scale, especially within these changes that the world witnesses, be it technological or societal. What we considered unanimously agreed upon today, we need field researches, psychological ones regarding our own society. We also need experimentation in order to see if sometimes some ideas that we might think that everybody agreed upon, when it comes to implementing them, sometimes we don't succeed because we see that it doesn't correspond to the reality of our society, or it doesn't meet the capacities of our stakeholders. We might come up with a good vision, however, when it comes to its implementation, if these stakeholders don't have the necessary capacity for several reasons, maybe historical ones, this will always remain a vision just on PowerPoint and paper. What concerns us is how can this vision be implemented and have an impact on students. The gauging of this vision is one important element. When it comes to results, we of course need to revise these curriculums. This had started a long time ago. Of course, there will be some improvements. Some improvements of some aspects based on reality and the experiences that we have. When it comes to secondary schooling, especially middle school, we will start revising all curriculums of high school and of secondary schooling, especially middle school. We would like to focus on middle school because I consider if primary school, middle school and high school have the right basis that are solid, this will help us in a second stage or second phase to go back and revise the curriculums of high school and go back to this and if we go back to this roadmap, we need to revise several streams and improve them. This is indicated in the details, and this is also regarding the high school. When it comes to curriculas and the problematic of language has a great importance. We talked about how we can take it as a starting point. We will not reopen this discussion in the roadmap. Having a special position for Arabic as a main language, as well as Berber, and in the roadmap we have mentioned Berber and how can we enlarge the teaching this language. We are working on curriculums of Berber and also teaching body of this language. We are working on networks for primary school and where they teach Berber, and we have a program to enlarge this network, and we are aware of the importance of this process, and it has already started, and we need to carry on with a clear vision concerning the time on which we can generalize teaching Berber in primary schools before we move to secondary schools. And there is a plan in order to go in this direction. However, this generalizing has to be kept up by the necessary instruments to have quality when it comes to teaching Berber. I would like to go back once again to primary schooling. I agree that there are several institutions that have primary schooling, but it's not regular. And within our work to generalize primary schooling, to have these schools improve the quality and remain a private school, or to substitute it with public primary schooling. This primary schooling, even if there are associations that are working towards achieving this primary schooling, this doesn't mean that there is no quality. I'd like to remind you that before 2 or 3 years there were about 3,500 or 4,000 associations that are conducting primary schooling. Year after year, a process takes place of selecting according to results. Today, we have less than 1,000 associations on the national level that work in this field. If I take, for example, we consider this to be important, we have an association for promoting primary schooling, which represents approximately 60% or more of schools that have primary schooling. And we would like to invite the president to go to these classrooms and assess the results. And we also have a process for training caregivers, primary training and continuous one. We have um, an assessment before these students start. We have an assessment for what did they learn in this preschooling. And if we consider preschooling the same as primary schooling, I would like to say first that this process would not bear the same the necessary fruits and the necessary results. If we want to have a good quality preschooling in a village somewhere, this caregiver should have a different or other features, not only the necessary qualifications. He has to be from the village and work in the village, in the village. He shouldn't move elsewhere. And we also need to evaluate their work and also evaluate what the students learned. We consider the role of the state as a legislative and this is a public service which is provided. It doesn't mean that the management should be direct. If we consider this a public service, however, its provision can be given to an association under the right monitoring and tracking. We will do that, Mr. Shakib. We will have the visit, and thank you. I welcome these visits because I consider field visits to be important, because sometimes we have some visions and we need to see this work in action. Each year we open between 4,000 to 5,000 new classrooms, which means that we employ 4,000 to 5,000 caregivers, and the associations are the ones that do that. We acknowledge that there are some associations that have several problems, and here comes the role of assessment. However, there are some associations that are serious, and we need to improve our path and make sure that these associations have their rights and to work hand in glove smoothly with these professors and caregivers. We talked about school dropping and how we can prevent it. Of course, development should be comprehensive and it should also involve all the aspects, and the more we develop rural areas, the more we will minimize school drop-in. Taysir, the program Taysir, will be revised, and now we are working on generalizing family subsidiaries or bursaries. However, we are working on this vision in order to have in 2024 a new and the implementation of a new vision, especially when it comes to supporting families that need this financial aid in order to ease and facilitate schooling for these students, especially in rural areas and among the vulnerable. I would like to return to the point of regarding professionals. I'd like to say that training is very important, and it's one of the processes that the government and from the during the beginning of this year gave it a momentum in order to raise the receipt of students for these for a licence in education, And if I would like to sum up, the Minister of Higher Education, and within an agreement, this process took place, and we wanted these national schools for educators to. We know that they're part of the Ministry of Higher Education. However, would like to improve the attractiveness of students, and also augment the number of students in these departments and allow them to be employed in the future among new professors, taking into consideration that this training has 3 years, and we also work on evaluating training in regional centers for education, which is a 1-year training, and it's a practical training. We want, once the professor after 4 years join the classroom, to have a keeping up for 1 year or 2 years before is being officially assigned or appointed. This is a vision which has already been implemented last year. Continuous training. Of course, it's for professors that are teaching already, and we consider it as an element that is related to the direct influence on students. So it shouldn't be only theoretical, and that's why in the roadmap we have we mentioned the necessity to have certified continuous training on how after theoretical training in this classroom, how it is being implemented in the classroom, and we considered this along with our stakeholders and trade unions as one of the points that were discussed, and we had a consensus that we need to augment the importance of this continuous training and basic training. And also I would like to mention once again that without the practitioners and professionals of education, and without making this or without giving the professor the position as an active actor, if the society as a whole doesn't appreciate their role, this process will never flourish, and we will never succeed in reforming the educational system. However, we are gauging the trust in public school, or in the public school, and we also look at how, if we want the society to raise the level of this trust, we need at the same time to work on gains. Once the public school returns even better, or becomes even better than the private school, I can say then that the society's vision on public school, and also professors and other educators will change, and this leads us to improve keeping up with the educational body as a whole. However, this is a process. I can't say that we need to do everything now and in the future we'll see results. That wouldn't be realistic, because it's not that easy, because the means are very limited, or are limited. That's why, and through the discussions with societal stakeholders, we started with the idea that we need improvement, and we need to shed light on several matters that accumulated throughout years, and there are some problems that we are working on in order to improve the situation, one of which is related to contractors, as some people refer to them, or the academies professionals, which led to a school drop in public schools that we don't see in private schools. Maybe this can explain this paradox and this difference. However, it's not the only one, because sometimes the private schools adapt to reality. So we need to adapt our own program to the capacities in order to translate them in classrooms. And there are also managing of several schools, which has agility and flexibility in order to adapt with this reality, and it bears fruits. And I would like to once again reiterate on this point, and just to tell you, national education and the current government consider this as a priority, and the budget which is allocated for this sector has been improved by 6% last year and 10% this year, or has been increased. And the program and the program that I introduced talked about the increase in budget by 7%. This is an effort which explains this this priority. Now we need to talk about how we can allocate this 7%. There is a large amount that needs to go to HR, including new employment, because we need to decrease the crowded or solve the issue of crowded classrooms, and also employ new professors. And there's also another aspect or another part that needs to go to digitalization and financial aid and the other important elements that concerned the students. This balance is what will allow us to succeed in this process of implementing the roadmap. And honestly speaking, this is an open discussion with several stakeholders, and we established the vision and we are working towards improving the situation, taking into consideration other necessities, starting with saying that this proactive vision helped us have a guarantee that this budget will be available in order to keep up with the roadmap. I apologize if I took too much time, but I really did my best in order to answer all of the asked questions. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for answering clearly these questions, and I'm sure that all of these answers would greatly help members understand better the challenges of this sector, and they're already aware, I'm sure. So thank you very much, Mr. Mirawi. Mr. Abdel Taif, the floor is yours. Should we take a break? You want to take a break? We've just started. All right.
إذا سمحتم نستأنف. أهلا أهلا. نستأنف إذا.
We shall resume our session, ladies and gentlemen, if you will, by passing the floor to the Minister, Mr. Abdel-Latif Al-Mirawi, to present us with the National Development Plan for Scientific Research and Innovation. Your Excellency, the floor is yours, Mr. Minister. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, ministries, members of the Superior Council, I believe that you have both versions. I think that you have the documents. I'm not sure if they have shared the documents with you in Arabic and French of the presentation that I will be delivering before you today. So before that, I will start by defining the context of the strategic axes as well as the levers of a personalization, as well as the conditions for success and sampling that would allow us to find the context of all of the projects of this pact, which is the acceleration plan as well as transformation of the landscape of education and scientific research. So some of the major challenges for us to be familiarized. We are part of a deficit of we are at a deficit of 50% of university dropouts when it comes to the youth on all levels. Actually, when a young individual is going on the first year of their BA degree, they end up dropping out within the 3 years required to complete their studies. And so after that 50%, we have 30% for higher and higher education. The rate of unemployment for the graduates is based on the HCP statistics. As you all know, this is all just to conclude the many lacks among which are being discussed today across all instances, and this is when it comes to the lack of linguistic skills, as well as all these skills that are structured quickly in a transversal of empowerment, in terms of empowerment as well, which we say, which we call in other terms the self skills and all the capacities that would help an individual to change and evolve. We also have a university system with a rate of supervision that is low, in order for us to not compare it to the south of our country. We are at about 120 students per professor. So we have some branches that we call have regular access to a rate of supervision that is higher than others, and so this is leading us to some concerning or unacceptable numbers when it comes to the university context generally. When it comes to scientific research, is stemming from the lack of means and synergy. When it comes to some theories, we cannot really react to some subjects and some topics when it comes to the reorganization of research. However, I might cite from here on out that the water is an issue, because we might have some specialists at many universities. However, we don't have critical mass in order that would allow them to react and tackle these challenges in an orderly fashion. However, if we compare ourselves to other countries, we have 1,708 researchers per million in our population, which is compared to almost 30,000 for Brazil, or 1,772 for Tunisia. And so we have an excellent rate when it comes to this, because despite the 50% of superior education dropout, our researching numbers are high enough. So we have also noticed in the recent few years a deterioration of the societal mission for the missions of the university. And so there are also some attitudes that we have discussed in the media before, which are not very ethical, because this is coming from from how it is going to be impacting youngsters as well, because when we test the students and when the professor is testing his students, the grades are not very acceptable. And I'll stop here because I understand that you know that there are many other issues related to this situation. Additionally, we have seen many other challenges and difficulties when it comes to the ongoing challenges related to digitization, which is just one aspect among many, because it addresses our ability to move and to move forward in a way that would allow us to face our challenges better. So I believe that our system very simply has a capacity to be able to react very quickly when it comes to the construction of our system, while in reality in higher education, particularly the agility and flexibility as well as the resilience is at the very heart of our system when it comes to research and training. So this new dynamic is taken its directives from the royal instructions when it comes to these preoccupations, and so this is part of programs of investment such as the TGV and trains of high speeds as well as the highways. And for the investments and the big investments when it comes to considerable investments when it comes to health sovereignty, such as well as sectors that are being developed at a considerable speed. We are also part of a new dynamism that would allow us to attract new investors to manufacture or make new vehicles and airplanes. And so we are now at a situation where we have to talk about innovation in order for these investors to stay to stay attracted to our country. So we are also taking into account the strategies of 2015-2030 as well as the framework law and all of the supreme royal strategic vision, because many results have been yielded, such as from the Supreme Council for Education, Training and Scientific Research on many topics, and especially when it comes to establishments that have regular access. So all of this is in the sense of trying to say that we have some sort of a rupture. However, we are at a metamorphosis when it comes to working on a system that answers all of these questions. How have we been able to approach such challenges? As my colleague has said, we have been able to build something together when it comes to regional acquirements, when it comes to these preoccupations, and follow up with the advanced regionalization that His Majesty the King has been orienting us towards. This is in order for us to make it so that the university would be at the very heart of each and every region, in order for us to work on the national level eventually. And I am one of the people that believe that the university has to be open nationally and internationally as well, or else it wouldn't really go far. And so we have to have preparatory reunions and meetings. So for each and every university for its region, the socio-economic context needs to be discussed, as well as all of the members of the civil society and the professors and researchers that are going to be participating in these debates, along with workshops that would be leading these debates and these discussions. which need to be conducted. We have worked on 2 of these. The third one is a session for the Moroccans of the world that has allowed us to have some members that have come out with orientations and conclusions as well as recommendations that is a part of a dynamic at the level of the ministries and all of the Moroccan universities, whether they are public or private. And in order to just give you an idea on some of these regional debates, we have almost 600 civil society stakeholders, and these documents that we shared with you, you will see in the future we will have more detailed documents in this regard with more numbers and concrete orientations. As for the strategic axis, we have gone from a blank page in order for us to say that for institutions that have open access, what is the profile and output of a young individual that could be in their early 20s to have a BA. So what do we really want from BA undergraduates? We need them to have these skills that are the technical and linguistic skills in order for them to be adapted to the job market. We have applied the same thing for the masters and the PhD. That's how we have tried to define the best profile as well as the steps to follow for these young individuals. So we have based our thoughts on the importance of the power skills more than the soft skills and everything that would allow the individuals to find their spot in the job market, basically, in order for us, when it comes to the smartphones that you have in your hands, we have been able to refresh our information for the future in order for us to take the conversation from smartphones and computers to the real life, in order for us to find a way for our citizens to be able to adapt to the job market. And this is in order for them to perform some sort of a self-study, because this is really in order for us to empower the individuals to work on their skills. And in order to do this, there is certification of skills, and especially when it comes to foreign languages, because we have noticed, such as many of you in the socioeconomic surroundings indeed have scientific skills, but don't have the linguistic or attitude skills that required for these people to find their spot in the job market. So for that, we have decided to put everything on the table, and this is based on the next back to school phase. We will have new branches. As you all know, there are some branches that are dating back to 40 years, and so now we have to retailer them in a way that would allow us to make everything in parallel with the image that we would like to see today. However, I would like to be precise when it comes to the university, because the university is not considered a place to make people for the job market. So a university is there to produce knowledge and share it in order for people to work on their own skills. And so we don't have many young individuals at universities. However, we find people at universities just because they are curious to learn, and in order for them to build themselves, and not for any other reason. And I believe that this work and the role of the universities must definitely stay in our heads when we are working on these labs, and everything that we do concerning research doesn't always have a return investment for us in time, because this is work that is scientific. When it comes to the price part concerning the languages, certification of everything that has to do with digital skills. We have BA undergraduates as well as graduates having master's degrees who don't have the minimum of skills on the digital plan, so we can no longer make a living without these skills. So it's not always when it comes to WhatsApp or Facebook use, but everything that is digital that runs through the veins. And so when we are talking about the environment and everything that has to do with ecology and the transformations for the ecologic plan, it's not only about coloring the end result, but to work on all of the insight until it pays off. And when it comes to the pedagogical architecture, 70% of content is scientific when it comes to the disciplinary sense, as well as 30% for languages and transversal knowledge. And so this is for levels that are requiring when it comes to B1 levels, when it comes to the BA in the language, as well as B2 for the language of education. So if the individual is receiving their education in French, then the B2 requirement has to be met in order for them to graduate, and the same thing goes for the English language. So we are working on a digital platform in order for us to certify the Arabic language as well as the Amazigh language later on, in order for us to have some sort of a coexistence, because you see, as we all know, there are young people applying or submitting their resumes with good or fluent levels of languages, and this really doesn't mean much, because we need some certification in order for us to find answers to these questions. And when it comes to the digital skills, we need more certifications for example, for Excel, and we need to find norms that would allow us to know the skills of these young individuals. So within the pact we have a particular focus on the development of power skills, and we have reimagined and organized the content in a manner that is not exactly remote, but there is a platform for remote work. However, there are also Teams and Zoom meetings. The sessions that will be carried out in person, as well as sessions that will be carried out remotely through Zoom and Microsoft Teams. So everything that has to do with personal work, we wish we had a syringe that we would really put to people's heads and make them learn languages through that syringe. And so this is they have to work on themselves regularly. And as you can see, we have children that are even subscribed to apps that would help them learn these languages. So these digitized platforms that would allow people to learn for 5 to 10 minutes at a time each and every lesson, with each and every module. For example, we are taking the Coursera plan, and that's exactly the way we are adopting our learning platform. So for transversal skills, we have as I have told you before, these are citizens that are sharing their common knowledge with their citizens, their brother and sister citizens, when it comes to Moroccan culture, as well as heritage and culinary and musical knowledge, in a way that is vulgarized for the students who are studying mathematics or physics, in order for them to receive content that would be validated throughout their university modules, as well as an advanced level for master's students, in order for these students to understand their Moroccan heritage. And for example, when it comes to the history of Morocco, in order for these students to have the basics on the history of our country. And this is all in accordance with the Ministry of Culture. The scenario mode, I'll try to be brief in here, because you can see this all across many platforms with your children, where you can find pedagogical content. We have many universities right now that have helped us define some modules on which all students and all youngsters will come back to whenever they want. However, we've had an experience that we would like to professionalize in order for the norms of a pedagogy to be defined and common in a way that would help us share such pedagogy all across the country, where we will have many scenarios, where we might have videos and the images that would help explain some phenomena that could be disciplinary, as well as wealth for the cultural and artistic plans. There is also a new model that is, as you can see here, it's as you have noticed, there is something in the educational system. Moroccan, we have almost 3,000 teachers who have almost 40 years of experience and who will be retiring in 2026, and so this number needs to be part of the many researching teachers and professors who will be retiring soon, and so we have to renew their skills. As you all know, when we are recruiting a young professor, he could be brilliant, which is something that we wish for. However, we need someone with 40 years to spare in order for us to organize ourselves to ensure a minimum amount of influx for this new generation. So we also have another phenomenon that is part of all of the domains for human and social sciences. We have a massive retreat that we need to capitalize on for our intellectuals and our economists, historians, and who don't really go to the big schools where they would be delivering their trainings. So we have huge schools for commerce, tourism, and certain sciences. However, we don't have schools of law. We don't have big schools for sociology, where we will be establishing a number of institutions and schools that would allow the young individuals to have an open access for higher education students to have networks such as networks of the ENCG. For example, networks that are related to the law or sociology, as well as schools of diplomatic strategies, in order for us to pass the message of saying that we have been able to rebuild a potential of superior supervisors of excellent quality, as well as leaving the floor for some students who chose the faculty or the part of the young individuals that have chosen to study law because they didn't have access to med schools or to ENCGs, and tell them that it's also not too late now because they would have access to such schools, and after 2 years they will try to reintegrate themselves. So these are these are bridge schools, basically, where students must have 2 years of education after high school, and so these are some examples related to law and AI, or artificial intelligence. Afterwards, we will keep working with working groups that will be reflecting on a national challenge, whether it's related to the intellectual plan or to reproduce our thinkers. So the Moroccan university, once it has started, it was the most selective university in the entire world. As you remember, some young individuals apply and only less than 100 are accepted or admitted to our universities, which are really the source of happiness for our country. And so we have to work on that again. And in addition to these schools will strengthen the students and empower them when it comes to transversal skills. And so the idea is to work on the LMD European system, which will be generalized based on the next school year. So when it comes to the linguistic platform, we are on regular discussion with the Ministry of National Education to see if we can converge on the same national platform that would allow us to have some sort of a continuity in the use of this platform of languages. Alongside this, we have been able to implement a pact for double skills in order for us to provide the students with the chance to have the skills that are complementary to their disciplines of choice. So for students who study economy or physics or maths, they would have the chance to voluntarily subscribe to receive trainings that would even have them certified in coding throughout the platform of Code 212. So this is going to be soon established, and the idea is to provide the students with the possibility to also look into what they can reimagine themselves as, because as you know, there are many students who have never really, or many young individuals who have never really received any formal training but have lots of experience when it comes to coding. So we will have the platform Code 212, and I will leave you with with imagining what this looks like for schools 1337 and such. And this is for students who have already graduated, and allowing others to work throughout these platforms. They can leave their schools if they would like to learn more about coding, and then they can just have access to these platforms through these platforms which allow learning through peer-to-peer models in order for them to receive their certificates. The domains that we have fixed for this platform are multiple, and we are also contracting with a big number of other stakeholders in this domain in order to offer these certificates, which would send people to work for Microsoft, Huawei, IBM, or all providers of coding. And now, as you can see, there are many transformations that are extraordinary in this domain in order for us to give them the possibility to express themselves at any time, in order for us to have a platform that is available 24/7. So we have activities of strengthening everything that has to do with social inclusion. So we have noticed that students coming from poor families really need work on their skills, and so they have usually acquired them naturally, because these students have always been exposed to theater work and, for example, to swimming activities. And so this is going to be a platform that would allow them to look into everything that they couldn't have done in their childhood. And so we are also contracting with universities in order to work on a certain number of cultural activities that are minimal to assume. So this means that cultural activities for each and every university and student can follow within their own university, and that's not going to be obligatory throughout their curriculum. However, it's going to be optional for students to do the same, and so this is going to be when it comes to their success, in order for them to have credits that would help them compensate for their other modules when it comes to graduation. And so these are just some examples that are going to be implemented for universities, and everything that has to do with open access, as well as all the activities that have that are available for students that are going to universities in Bni Millal, who didn't really have the opportunity to do what a student in Rabat could have done. And this is because there is no availability of spaces and dynamics of faculties and schools and universities. And so now we are contracting when it comes to minimal activities that each and every university would make an activity available for a student, as well as all the activities that have to do with innovation, as well as RSE activities, because the idea is to create this dynamic for the university through which a youngster of 17, 18 who will be living the next 40 years of their life, that 40 years of life needs to be meaningful. Because they shouldn't just have a diploma that's made of carton. This is going to be an individual construction that is essential, and that's why our ministry and our government has chosen university campuses. Because we have noticed that when we are going to be evaluating this experience by the National Agency of Evaluation, as well as the evaluation of the Superior Council, you will see in the documents that we have shared with you, there are many polydisciplinary departments in many provinces that have reports that are very important to look at, because they give us perspectives about things that we have to take into account, because the required diploma is not the only thing that's required, because students must have a real period of personal training and an experience of a lifetime. So as I've been saying, the youngsters who miss on their bus in order for them to arrive to the classroom is also an experience. There are also young individuals who have difficulties to have these life experiences, which we do not really address at the classrooms of our universities. So for each and every country of the world, inclusion or social inclusion cannot just happen overnight, because if you see everything that has to do with power skills and transversal skills, we cannot just say that we have resolved an issue in 3 or 5 years within a university. And that's why we have work to do, as I have already suggested before, for the UNESCO to have some research teams in order for us to see how we can bridge the gap for these students coming from poor families, and so how we can also implement these curricula in order to address these core memory moments for these young individuals. However, we are doing what we can do throughout through cultural and artistic activities through the university, and we have discovered that some students discover themselves at younger ages and younger teenage years, where they can be artists and actors and etc. And this is very important for these youngsters in order for us to give them the possibility to express themselves and really look deep within during their university period of life, in order for them to not miss out on everything that they want to do really in life because of their studies. And so we have to do this in order to address other skills that we cannot really address within the classrooms and amphitheaters of the university. So we have to also create the conditions, and especially the housing, that is really a problem for for students, because we have about 40 or 50,000 people, or 60,000 beds for these students, for 1,240,000 students. And so for people coming from big cities, we have much work to do. And so we need to make available over 300,000 beds in the horizon of 2026, and we have to make sure that the public-private partnerships need to be strengthened in order for us to make the youngsters have a real life. And I believe that awarding a diploma for someone coming from a small village is really something for them. However, they might not be able to get such diplomas because they are suffering from housing issues. So the training of new generations of doctorates, we have in this project of this law of finance, this new finance law, we have made it available for 1,000 doctorates. $1,000 dirhams per month. And so this is going to be done throughout 3 years during their studies as PhD candidates. And so this is in order for them to be able to be recruited by the new professors in the next few years to come, because the Moroccan universities have been for a long time have really had some scientific research, and we have also noticed that the Moroccan university is really working on this in terms of supervision when it comes to the national plan. And this doesn't mean that we won't really have any doctors, because the system is just going to keep working. However, we will have 1,000 through this funding, and with the socioeconomic model we will have industrial doctorates. We haven't really figured out what we should really call it. However, we are just comparing what's happening abroad in order for us to find doctorates or to found doctorates in the socioeconomic the field of studies. So we also have more work additionally that we have started this year by implementing some institutions of research when it comes to sovereignty. However, when it comes to water and energy, which is easy to understand, we have noticed that we have almost 2 researchers of excellent quality in Oujda, in Marrakesh, in the field of study in terms of water. So we will have national institutions on prioritary thematics when it comes to AI, water, energy, and the government will be addressing all the big projects based on these new national institutions. And so the professors will stay working with their universities. However, this is going to be under a label of national institutions for the best scientists to work together and join heads to work on these themes, whether they can be working on their PhDs or the funding that they need for their scientific projects, which would allow them to ensure a visibility on the big domains and the thematics of our country.
Now we'll talk about licence, masters, and everything related to pedagogical norms. We all know that these diplomats come under certain structure, and the PhD will be or will have a new procedure whenever a PhD student wants to submit their thesis or defend it, they need to be tested in French and English, and also everything digital skills related, because we consider the professor as a coach, as an expert who should have experience in what concerns everything related to youth. And now several enterprises are paying to train their employees. So we would like to introduce during PhD years and of course make this a success through several indicators. And one of the obligations is this. So PhD student who will sign up or register this year, this will be applicable for them, not for those who are already students. And we will also have indicators that will tell us the language level of these students, as well as their digital capacities, so that we can support this development. All of the theses of PhD should be defended after making sure that these people have these skills. Sometimes we see that that there's an importance to share best practices and experiences, and I suppose that institutions will play a key role, because they need to give their accord for these PhD students. And whenever a PhD student wants to study for a PhD, they need first to be aware of the policies of the university and laboratories. Then professors suggest several topics. It's not the opposite. It's not that the PhD student suggests the thesis. The institution suggests their thesis. The professors in particular. Then the student would choose among several topics. And it's the same case everywhere. I will give you some examples. And the ambition is to have several institutions on that will tackle several topics. And this is part of the new model. And it was indicated in the recent report of the Higher Council, so that we need to always meet the needs, and these institutions will allow us to improve the means. And when we conduct these regional assessments, it helps us determine the needs of each university region and also the state, because a certain region wants to develop several fields according to their needs. However, there is also an interest from the state, so they need to work together, so either directly through the university or through the region. And for example, the case of water in some areas, so it's up to them to focus on these projects. The idea here is to put the university in the heart of the needs of the region, as our friends did in the north, especially in Portugal, Spain, and France, so that the university will assume the role of of a contributor in the advancement of the region in certain fields. The idea is to have a convention so that each university, each region would adapt, and also have calling for projects on innovation, cultural development. For example, we'll have several international conferences. All of this will allow us, as I said before, to decentralize in an optimized manner and a responsible one. As well as the now to the innovation aspect, I'd like to insist that in several countries, usually we hear the question of the creativity and innovation. For example, what we've been trying to do regarding sustainable development. For example, in a master's, we include modules about regarding sustainable development and renewable energies, and it's part of raising awareness. However, in reality, the work is so much more profound than that, because we have a model for raising awareness and to keep up with the youth since they're children. We need to help them adopt critical thinking and help them create dynamics, or we need to help them by creating dynamics in order to work together, because in a creative manner, because we see several people who receive some diplomats and others who have leadership skills and some capacities and don't, in comparison to others who don't. All of these aspects, along with innovation, were initiated, and I believe that the national education needs them as a lever in order to develop as fast as possible. And today, the great innovations are found in the southern countries. We don't talk about the new GPS or smartphones, etc. But however, we have some our own innovations that we see in several companies, and we need to intervene. And if we don't, others would come and steal those innovations. When it comes to governance, of course, we need to have an agile governance, flexible one, that corresponds to the needs of the system, and having all the parameters and instruments and tools. And the state is the one that needs to take care of that. We have several funds that would allow us to have a global policy, then promoting, and hopefully in the 2024 budget we'll have other financial resources in order to nourish this aspect of research and innovation. I talked about the pedagogical aspects and research, as well as governance. That will, I would say, improve here I would like to mention the law, which has which talked about the status of the researcher, and here I would like to thank all trade unions for their collaboration, their work that has been carried out through during recent years, and we worked towards conviction. If we want to have a society, a better society, we need to meet their needs. And Mr. Shakib said, as he mentioned, that the government makes an effort as he said, attractiveness. The attractiveness of the profession of teaching. And if we want to have innovation and research of the highest level, we need to attract the best to our universities. Today, you know, the situation of countries with which we have competition, they have more attractive system, because and that's why a lot of students want to go to those universities. We don't want to have a PhD as a secondary option, because there are others. We would like to have students who would like to apply for a PhD because they believe that they're on the right path, not necessarily to have a career in the university, because others might work in other fields. To have the idea is to have a PhD, for example, industrial one, and to create this synergy between enterprises and, for example, what we have in several other sectors. I would say, for example, in the automobile industry, who work for example, Mr. Sheikh was there. For example, the aerial industry, that should we wait for these enterprises to make the change, or should we interfere? And it's the same case for automobile. In the case of electric vehicles, should we intervene? And yeah, we need to. Or should we carry on waiting for for others? Of course, there's financial agility and performance control and monitoring. We want to see ministries work on legalization, and also autonomy should be part of the universities. Of course, it requires keeping up, it requires law amendments. However, it's up to the universities to have the right structure and give a period of time so that all of the universities would be autonomous, just the same as in other countries. And then, as I said before, the relationship between the region and the universities, university and civil society, as well as companies too, and the status, the legal status of a researcher. We talked about it and we're working on it. However, we've established an accord with trade unions which is global, and it's pertinent to the law 0001, to have the pedagogical framework, contractual one, on which we are still in deliberations. And here I would like to thank the head of the government and the Minister of Finance, as well as all guilds, trade unions, and other stakeholders who are working on this issue. We are working with the universities on contractualizing and to have a disciplinary approach on all fields and departments. We signed an agreement for an automobile field in order to construct a training which aligns with the model for development. For example, we need 10,000, for example, thousands of technicians, engineers, etc. So we contractualize with a university that, for example, we need this training in this field. And then the departments work on this. And it's the same thing that we are working on with the Minister of Solidarity, the Minister of Justice, as well as the Minister of National Education. And our ambition is to have at least half of training. We would like to reach the double by 2026. We have training. However, no one knows the needs. However, everybody will sit down on around the table and discuss. And here we take the example of energy and hydrogen. Today, I wouldn't say we have zero specialists. However, we have a great lack in this domain. And here we talk on 20 gigs energies that will be established in 2026, and that will answer this question. We talk also about biotechnologies and everything that's related to the sanitary sovereignty. Today we should, or health sovereignty. Today we should have engineers, technicians that will help us construct with other stakeholders who will have the vision. They have a vision, and that's what we're talking about today. Textile as well, for example, as one of these domains. And the idea today is to not say that universities don't contribute. Today, the university will meet the needs of the economy and defy them. We might face certain challenges. However, at least we have a strategy, we have a policy, and we will work on that. With the same spirit, we'll have contracts, yearly ones. I would like to I would say that within a pedagogical sense, we will work on support. So the status of a researcher professor, we have been discussing this during several months, a couple of months recently, and we need to recruit the best candidates that we have, and we are going to create a commission so that all doctors or PhD holders, they need to go in front of this commission, and then they will apply to different universities, and with this qualification will be valid for between 3 or 5 years. After that, it's expired, and then he needs to renew it by applying whenever there are open positions for researcher professor, and it will help us regulate and have a national standard in order to avoid all of the difficulties that we hear about and we might imagine that might also besmirch the image of the Moroccan university. And then we can have a revision for the ultimate goal, which is to make this profession more attractive. Everybody in the educational field know that it's a profession that should be chosen by passion. However, today we see it chosen just by consumption, just because the people might not find an alternative. It's true that it doesn't pay well, but at least it should be taken by passion. So it should be based on passion, and the system has to be stronger in order to strike a balance, and I would like to say it's not only for us. In the entire world, you don't say a lot of talk regarding the educational system. unless some countries, because the educational system was built first on a strong basis, of course, with the freedom of speech, etc. It was built strong. However, I would say that it's managed by meritocracy since, and now we need to work together so that make this profession more attractive to those who are passionate about it. It's not a profession that would make you rich. It's a profession that we need to adore. That's how it works. And we made an effort, an exemplary one in terms of attractiveness. It's a historical one. Before finally we received an increase of over 25% in terms of salaries. Today we have a real competition, and you know this. There's a competition when it comes to human resources. If we don't reach a point where we construct a large and strong human resources basis, then we'll not achieve much. As you know, half of the graduates, medical doctor graduates, don't work at the state. Half of them even leave the country before they start one day. So we need to keep our constructed and made, if you allow me, made youth in order to work now for our economy. And His Majesty talked about the possibility to train more and also keep more, because we are in need. And that's what we should do, and that's what we did. For the medical doctors, we doubled the number of hired doctors if we compare now to 2006. So, and I'm sure that the number will increase thanks to the social protection project. And one of the terms that we need to banish is the reform. Everybody talks about reform. However, in reality, the higher education, we shouldn't mention the word reform. It should be part of our daily work. And I would like to invite you to check ChatGPT. Maybe a lot of you have heard about it. We need to think deeply, all of us, educators and researchers, that we should understand this platform of ChatGPT. We talk about plagiarism, and ChatGPT, this AI, would change everything. And also, for example, simultaneous interpreting. It's one of the professions that would change. For example, as you see, people wear headphones, and one day you would just use your iPhone and hear simultaneous interpreter without the need for an interpreter. Interpreting without the need for an interpreter. We see that this empowerment would lead everything to move. Nothing would remain the same. So we need to have a capacity of resilience, flexibility, and that's why we chose this architecture in order to have 30% of personal work. The idea is not only to limit this to research professors, but also to push our children to participate and go and think and be able to search on their own. And I believe that we have several entrepreneurs among us, and I know that, and we talked about ChatGPT, and I'm sure that there are several offices that are working on this. I talked about ChatGPT, and you can go in the higher educational system. You will be surprised. The partnerships between region, state, and the university. And in our government, we are working as His Majesty, may God assist him. We talked about FinCom and how we can establish a partnership, a win-win partnership, and benefit from their capacities. We have 1,000 PhD students, and we really have some capacities that we need to integrate in the laboratories, and eventually to press a period, and also the status of a researcher professor. It will be also available for Moroccans residing abroad to integrate in our national system. There's no country in the world that keeps the necessity for the citizenship. We need to follow on the steps of other countries that succeeded. Today, it's now open for our Moroccan compatriots. It should be open and bring a lot of here I would like to mention Mr. Azami, Mr. Slawi. It's difficult to bring them back with the current salaries. I hope that in the future, with this new agreement, the new status, we'll be able to attract some of our researchers to come back and keep up with this work that we are implementing. Just to give you some examples, first, we established the departments that are 100% English. It's not to we need to construct the basis, and we have started with the capacities, and now a number of universities who have English speakers, and to benefit from what the English language provides. We have several licenses and masters. We have over 12,000 students, and we also implemented the problem of inclusion, and we found out that we have half males, half females, and however some girls would go to licence and even go to the masters. However, we see that the trend is going fast, perhaps because these girls, maybe some of them would not go for a master's just because they lack this confidence. and we are finalizing a module regarding competence that will help the girls make a choice and have some credits. The idea here is to train and coach young girls in order to be part of this transformation and say no in certain cases.
While also working on all the branches that have to do with accreditation that we are also working on. We have also met 58 branches when it comes to vehicles in the next school years. And this next school year is going to be very important and very heavy, because we are going to be contracting with all the universities in order to see what we can do when it comes to these branches, and reconsider what we need to do as a priority for our country. There are also some programs where the ambition is to attain to attain 100,000 students. We already have 100,000 graduates in the Horizon 2025, and so everything that has to do with national education and medicine that we have doubled, as well as the 1,000 PhD graduates. And in order for this, we have to have collective intelligence, that in order for us to be able to accept one another without any disputes, and to accept one another. Is that so, sir? In order to accept sometimes talking about things that might be taboo to discuss. However, we have to bridge the gap for some subjects. We have to work on Law 01 that we will be implementing in the next few weeks, in order to be martyrized in the next few weeks as well by everybody. And so the young need to work on agile universities, because as you all know, all public universities are managed by councils of plethoric universities, and so we don't have an administrative council, and we need one actually in order for us to have some sort of an agility when it comes to decision making, and we will need to do that in order to contextualize what we've been doing for each and every 2 years from here on out. And so that's some work that we have to do. We have also big work to do when it comes to working on our personnel. As you all know, the only domain where you would get a PhD, you become a professor, and so this is when it comes to research. So doctors always have to become good researchers. However, education is also an art. It is also work that needs to be done, and so we have to do that when it comes to the digitization, and to conceptualize these forms of education throughout continuous training of our personnel that we are trying to finalize and generalize for all universities, including some ministries, as well as some gratifying activities that are to be certified. So we are gratifying the personnel which will receive their certificates in a given domain when it comes to the digital domains, such as the office bundle skills, as well as some other skills and technical skills as well. And we are at discussions with the financial the Ministry of Finance, and I understand that we are many in the financial and management and public policy management as well, when we are discussing such things, to have some sort of joint decisions, because research is not a sector such as every other sector, because it requires activities, because the function itself necessitates quickness and agility and responsiveness. And so we have to keep working on this when it comes to working on the capacity of the actors to integrate them in everything that has to do with all of these movements. And so I would like to tell that all the partners in this domain that our country won't really develop unless we have up to speed and human resources that are up to speed and have high quality of excellent quality, as well as we have always said in our preoccupations. However, we don't really have the choice to work on everything that's happening internationally based on the quality of human resources, because we have some booths that turn the southern countries and the Moroccan element in some European studies, where the Moroccan element is something to be renowned internationally. We can say what we want, however, the young Moroccan profile is very well required internationally, so we have to work on these skills of human resources in order to maintain them and keep them. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency the Minister, for this presentation, and by that we will have finished the collective vision on everything that has to do with the issues of education as well as scientific research and innovation. So thank you very much for this effort that you have made, and we take high pride in your efforts. And by that I would like to leave the floor for the members of the council that would like to voice their opinions. So I'm still not very familiar with your faces. I'm very familiar with your names though, sir. I think that we will pass the floor now to Mr. Sabani, and who else? Mehdoun. You were at the top today with His Excellency the Minister. Is that so? What's your name, please? I didn't catch your name. Fadil Rashid. Okay, excuse me.
مسمى محمد.
كاين إقبال.
There's lots to say about your presentation. Please, sir, go ahead. Mohammed Slasi. Okay.
صديقتنا.
Our dear friend.
وانت دخلتي في
You already said something in the previous presentation, but the floor is yours, of course.
أنا أحسن من شكل.
لا شكيب منافس. و
Shakib is actually a competitor and is complimentary for your efforts. So without him, there is nothing that we can really do. Hayat Darai. We will begin now. I always forget about the left side. Oh, so you're not really a fan of the left wing then? Hikmet Suri. محمد أمين وحيد.
الله يجعل البركة. أنا تظهر لي نكتفي.
I think that's it. We'll take this many members if you would allow, because this happens each and every Monday at the Parliament. So now we will be, if you would allow us, we will move the session to an interview with His Excellency the Minister. So I believe that this isn't really the best place to do this. As Mr. Shakib said, we will have special sessions in each and every item of the agenda, where we will be profound in the discussion when needed. And so if you would allow us, we'll just take these members. Do you accept these conditions? Oh, I believe that both of you accept these conditions, so thank you very much. Mr. Sabani, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Chairman. In under 2 minutes, I don't think I will be able to give my entire feedback on this very ambitious presentation, but however, I would like to just take part of the discussion instead of ask questions. We have 432 institutions of higher education, and so in these institutions there are 51 with open access and 381 with limited access. So these 381 institutions in September of 2021 have taken only 12% of the new bachelors, while the 51 institutions of open access have received 88% of the new bachelors. So when we have an open access compared to limited access, we don't really have an open access anymore, because as His Excellency the Minister said, if you fail open access, then you go to if you fail limited access, then you have to go to open access, and this is a biased system if we don't have a unified system of access, and so we will always have this same problem. And this is a profound issue that I would like to think about in our future discussions with the courage necessary, and leave the dogmatic approaches that really impose this duality on us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Moving on to Mr. Madoun now. Thank you, Chairman. I will try to be very brief, because what His Excellency the Minister has presented us with, it is the result of the many discussions or the regional discussions when it comes in terms of education, scientific research, and the university's openness on the region, as well as partnerships and many other topics. So the issue for these regional meetings was the signature of many conventions that need to be followed up and monitored closely. The second issue is the political decision that we need to all make for baccalaureate graduates to have the freedom to go to the university, or to have many criteria that need to be met by the baccalaureate graduate for these institutions of open or limited access. The third issue, which is very fundamental, we have some sort of a chaos between parentheses for the mechanisms of research and the teams of laboratories, as well as research centers that need to be regulated. Not anyone can be a director of a laboratory, and not anyone can have the honor to be a president or the team leader. So there needs to be some sort of standards and of criteria that need to be met, and LANIAC need to be the one to regulate these things. Thank you.
Fadil Rashida.
Thank you. Now moving on to Fadil Rashida. Please go ahead. Hello, Your Excellency, the Minister, Mr. Chairman. My question is about the higher institutions for medical professions. So, as we all know, these institutions are now part of the Ministry of Health. And so, based on this, is also working with the Hassan the First institutions. So how is there a difference in this, knowing that the first doctors of the Hassan the First Higher Institute of Medicine have already graduated before? So how are we going to keep having such a difference with the Ministry of Higher Education and the Ministry of Health if we have the same LMD system? And that's my question. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Now moving on to Mr. Mohammed Slasi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be speaking in French. Thank you, Your Excellency, the Minister, for this very convincing presentation on the productive system of competences and skills that are social and professional. And for all of these productive systems, you have invested the levers needed to have the certifications and diplomas that might have value in the job market for civil society. So I would like to request the other functions that haven't been invested in based on your presentation when it comes to follow-up and planning. And this is really something that's this is an issue that is very structured. And so when it comes to the rating of these certifications and the evaluation of the attitude of certification based on the needs of the job markets. So all of this would make us ask the question on the way you are proceeding when creating the engineering of a certification, whether if it's going to be based on realities and needs or if it's going to be involving and implicating other stakeholders of the civil society when it comes to evaluation and regulation as well. So you have evoked regulation based on your speech. You said that you have been focused on some branches that are dating back to 40 years of age, and you have privileged this based on the national case of certification, which reminds us of having the case of the evaluation of these certifications and the people certified and how their attitude is. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we will be moving on to our friend Asiya Aqsbi. Please, the floor is yours. I would like to thank the speakers for this morning that I have learned a lot from. And I believe that we are all on the same page when it comes to the efforts we are making. However, I would like to say that I am addressing the day-to-day practices as an activist or as a hard worker, the definition that I accord myself with after many years in higher education at the ISKA. I have been able to pursue my studies in PhD abroad. That for 20 years now I have started a school of psychology because there was a huge lack in psychologists. However, I coincide with many problems because you speak of our needs. However, we do not find any motivation or encouragement from who exactly. However, for example, higher education must be in a case where the professor has to have a PhD. This is something I am 100% on the same page with. However, how are we going to have psychologist professors who don't really have the possibility to have us work on our PhDs. However, we don't have any PhDs for psychology. We don't have PhD programs throughout the three schools. So how are we going to do this? There are many difficulties in this domain, despite someone mentioning earlier the focus on not discriminating communication. This is when it comes to supervision. We haven't really risen up to a level of maturity when it comes to communication, and so psychologists really work on communication. If they don't receive their training in communication, then they're out of a job basically. So communication needs to be taught since kindergarten, and for me personally, I started teaching in kindergartens, so because that's all based on communication. So this is there are lots of contradictions here, and many obstacles that are in our way in order for us to achieve our goals, which we consider as essential. Thank you.
شكرا. السيدة نعيمة سواني تفضلي.
Now we will move on to Naima Suwani. Please go ahead. Thank you, Chairman. I would like to greet once again all the members of the Superior Council. I would like to thank His Excellency the Minister for this excellent presentation, through which we see lots of quality. And I would like to address the open access bullet point, on which His Excellency the Minister has mentioned lots of details when it comes to the reform of a complementary pedagogical reform, on which we have spoken in 2018-2021. And so His Excellency the Minister has also said that we need to take care of human sciences when it comes to laws and the higher education institutions that are annexed from the human sciences schools and institutions. And I will be addressing open access based on everything that the His Excellency the Minister has spoken about. When it comes to university dropouts, it's based on two key points. When the student doesn't always go to open access schools until after they are completely destroyed mentally, and so because they fail in having access to limited access schools. And so when we are trying to take in all of these students, they see us as lesser than all of the limited access institutions. So that's why we have to remotivate everything that has to do with open access institutions, because almost 95% of these students only join us after they feel like they really have to, and they have no other choice. So there is also another problem when it comes to campuses and cafeterias. When we were students really received their sustenance in 1.4 dirhams. So people really become university dropouts because of us, even if we don't have even though we are not responsible for their issues. So when it comes to pedagogical reform that His Excellency the Minister has spoken about, this is a very strong bullet point. We have crowdedness issues. When it comes to this reform to be going smoothly, we need to have our processing capacity. We have a classroom of 40, while the amphitheater is open for 1,000 or 1,500 students. So for this capacity, we need to have more and more professors, as His Excellency said. These professors are headed towards retirement. So logistics, we also have issues that have to do with logistics. So we have psychology capacities. However, the budget is not enough. How can we train these students if we don't have the budget to do so? The other issue that we have spoken about, which is related to languages. His Excellency the Minister has spoken about this issue since the start. However, this needs to be shared with the Ministry of National Education, and this is going to be in coordination with this ministry, because we have a department of language and French and language literature for French, Arabic, and Spanish. So these professors are not professors of languages, because we teach international theater, international literature, international poetry. How are we headed for this? And as for digitization and for exams, if we have exams from 9 to 10 a.m., we have students come in at 5 a.m. They call us and they tell us that they brought us their papers. When it comes to soft skills as well, it needs to be shared with national education. The primary issues need to be handled by the national education when it comes to negotiating finance as well. So this is when it comes to soft skills. And I would like to also re-emphasize the collective development, and all these stakeholders need to be involved in this, because all the budgets need to be included in order for us to revitalize higher education, for all of the stakeholders to work on this funding. Thank you. Thank you. I think we will move on to Adrei. Thank you and good morning once again, and hello to all of the members and thank you all for joining. I think that my intervention is based on two ideas. When it comes to constructive critical thinking, it's really about how we are training the people since their start in the universities. So when it comes to critical thinking, it is really built on many principles and values based on the values that we would like to instill in their minds. And so this is also when it comes to the issue of a really, really big issue, because when it comes to the attendance of a student, they are always absent-minded, because all we do is give them many, many forms of knowledge that are monitored initially, and they are always taught regardless of their personality or their skills that are acquired outside of school, and everything that we need to work on in order for us to integrate all of these students that have learning disabilities, or students who are interested in different things. And this is when it comes to everything that they need to be evaluated on, which could be unrelated to everything that we are teaching them within the educational system. And so this is in order for us to make the learning experience more fruitful for them. And this is a segue to my second bullet point, which comes to the parallel activities or the extracurricular activities, which are the fruit of interaction within the universities and for national education as a whole. So we have many, many activities that are not very well built, academically speaking. So many, many obstacles are contributing to how their role might be just something that looks cute around the platform, that needs to be more and more inclusive, actually. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Now the floor is for Dalila Brada. Please go ahead. Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you, Your Excellency the Minister. I will be addressing you in French now. I just have an issue about the role of the enterprise and the company in the university. I would just like to share with you some observations and remarks when it comes to a visit at some studies that were conducted in the U.S., where the private company is very present for universities because they are real partners. I don't think that we have the same thing in Morocco. However, we don't have one building or not one amphitheater or laboratory that could be equipped or sponsored by a private company. The companies are really participating in these universities abroad through working groups in universities that are in need of these students and this gray matter that is very raw. And this is, of course, good for the students as well, because these students are in need of these internships in a way that the student would help them once they graduate, would have a direct exposure to professional experience. That this win-win situation is not just charity, however, it helps the university in helping itself and having its own human capital of high levels. And so this is also good for the employers and the recruiters in a way that favorizes everything that we study. Thank you. Thank you. We will be now moving on to Mr. Mohammed Amin Wahid. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Excellency, the Minister, for your very rich presentation that is based on a conclusion of many meetings and discussions and national and regional debate that we have participated in throughout faculties, as well as many sessions that we have spent with you. I would like to express my happiness and joy because I see that our contributions and many of the ideas that we have shared are really part of your presentation. So thank you very much for the participatory approach that you have mentioned here in this regard. So I will try to be brief now in order to tell you about some technical pointers that could help us now that we have the Minister of the National Education when it comes to orientation, because orientation must start preliminarily since high school. So when it comes to orientation, it's an issue that needs to be solved in high schools, because we really do lack human resources, as mentioned in the previous report of the Superior Council. So why do we not use the digital means and public education for everyone? Because public education is available for everyone. So thanks to digitization, we can use this national public education to reach out to the student and their families in order for them to have more insight on their future. So when it comes to programming and digitization, of course we do share these ideas. However, I just have to add one thing when it comes to PhDs that is really provided by the PhD centers, because we know that trainings have been outside of their context, and they have really been absurd, pardon my French. But we have to reconsider and take a new look into these trainings in order for us to have these parallel trainings. And so we do have lack in funding. However, why, as an idea, why can't we just share these human resources throughout the universities? Because a student or a PhD candidate receive more training in languages, because I believe that someone who is working on their thesis, it's just a matter of time before they become professors as well. So why not use them and have them teach people in sciences? Why can't they give trainings and lectures as well? So why don't we have a mutualization of resources and human resources within the same university? The same thing goes for IT. We have lots of skills, lots of competencies for these universities, the PhD candidates can also participate in trainings. You have also spoken of the funding and sponsoring as well. The normal scholarship for a PhD candidate, once they receive one, once they are really accepted for a job, you can't really let them go. However, their scholarship is gone because they have already found a job. So why don't we have why don't have a waiting list in order for the 70% of the scholarship to be still made available for other people for the next years to come, in order for the following PhD candidates to benefit from their scholarship? There's also one thing that I noticed in your presentation when it comes to the researching professors and students. However, why don't we think in the future why don't we think about an essential system for the PhD candidates who haven't really had access to the job of teaching? And so for these PhD candidates and these students who have statistics, I'm sure that we will observe and notice that the participation of these PhD candidates in Morocco have a very valuable contribution. So, however, they don't really have a system that really takes care of them. So, and in order for me to stay brief, I would like to thank you once again for your presentation. Thank you. The floor is yours, Your Excellency. I think, please go ahead. I know what you're going to say, but I'm going to allow you to say it anyway. I don't think you know what I'm about to say. I am with you on that, of course. Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you, Your Excellency, the respected Minister, for your very valuable presentation, because this is an airtight plan with clear objectives that are very informative. And so I've had the pleasure and the honor to attend the regional presentation that you have delivered in Abdelmalek Saadi's University in Tétouan. And so, for me, I have some questions about this plan. The first one is that this plan has really shown us what's wrong with our system, and by that we can probably figure out our solutions. So how is this plan going to be able to work on these issues and to bridge the gaps? Because there are some issues that need to be solved. So how efficient is this plan going to be? And so based on what you have presented us with, is this plan going to be able to bridge the gap and solve all of the issues that are plaguing our system? Are there any measures that are going to be implemented in order for us to monitor the efficiency of this plan? The second question is about how this plan has related trainings to the job market. However, how is this relation made? Are there any standards based on these criteria? The third and last question, which is about pedagogical reform for the reality of universities, and how are these universities targeted in this reform, and how are the students and professors and administrations going to be responsive to this reform? So our universities don't really have detailed or precise specialties. Professors are teaching what they are told to teach, and so these specialties for open access universities are not really taken into consideration. This also applies to languages. Really, the obligation of certifying students for languages is something that's relative. There are some students that are fluent in their own languages, and why should they need a certification in such things? So when it comes to languages, there are languages of communication and languages of work. So are we going to be taking care of the language of communication or of work? Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments, our respected member. We will be adding you to the list, ma'am. Please go ahead. Your name, please? Hikmet Suri. Hello, everyone. I would like to thank Your Excellency the Minister for your presentation. Of course, Your Excellency the Minister, I understand that the success of activating the national plan to accelerate the momentum of the higher education has been around about many things. However, without an essential law framework that has overcome its own time frame and does not go in line with the higher educational system or law 0001, if it's not renewed, of course we will find other loopholes that is going to be an issue for this system. Secondly, higher education has two elements for the students. The first one, which is for professors and researchers which are working on the pedagogy, and the administrative and technical employees which are introducing the missions on which university institutions are following. So of course, when it comes to the social dialogue that has been made recently, we have seen that we need to pass a law when it comes to professors of higher education, and so this essential law is already present. However, we just need the essential law for these employees. So these employees are divided by many categories: the pedagogical ones, the technical ones, as well as the administrative ones. And so, of course, the administrative employees are part of the public public labor, as well as shared supervisors. The other category is part of the administrations of primary and secondary education schools and education institutions, and so these categories could be part of an essential law framework for higher education employees, and this could be added to these teachers and professors and researchers for higher education. And so this could help us accelerate the momentum in a way that would allow us to make it easier for everyone to feel like they are really part of this law. Thank you. Please go ahead. One last comment. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Your Excellency Ministers. I just have a very quick technical question about this system, which is based on performance. Is there a system of ensuring quality that it can be implemented when it comes to the roadmap of this higher education, if we are on the right track or not? Another thing that I didn't see in the presentation when it comes to the articulation of the training or the professional training. Thank you. For Mr. Yunus Kuri, he will be delivering a presentation directly after lunch, which we will be listening to, and which would allow us to have a complete full picture of everything that's related to training in all of its specialties. Thank you. Mr. Amin, you have 1 minute. Thank you. Mr. Minister, I would like to go back to something that you have announced when it comes to the creation of excellency branches for university students who have finished their second year of studies in order to be oriented towards more specialized disciplines. And so these are measures that will be contributing to revitalizing the sense of the university and allowing the students to have the essence of receiving their trainings, because they would have lost lots of time compared to other students, because if they would like to find work they will have to look outside of university. So now, based on these branches of excellence that would allow them to develop themselves and expand their horizons, it would allow them to have excellent results. I remember at the Faculty of Sciences and Applied Sciences for applied statistics and IT and investigators as well. These are trainings that last for 2 or 3 years, and so we would have to have them find a new perception that we already have of universities. And so I will have a new very simple suggestion when it comes to expanding ourselves when it comes to the sciences and fundamental sciences that might be the pillar for PhD candidates and the future of work for the professors of universities. And so we have many talents that are looking for these branches of excellence instead of studying with masses that would hold them back. Thank you, Your Excellency the Minister. Thank you, Mr. Subahi. I will try to precede His Excellency the Minister by your permission, if you'll excuse me, to just conclude and to just summarize the questions that have been raised so far. Yes, please go ahead. First of all, thank you very much for your reactions and for the importance that you are according with higher education and innovation. These questions are many, however, I will try to summarize my answers. I would like to start with baccalaureates and universities. This is a decision that is societal.
And do all baccalaureates graduates should go to the university? This is a question of the society, and the society would find a solution for all the youth. And now we're in discussions with officials from training, vocational training. We can't impose going to the university on graduates. And you know, in vocational training we talked about 1 million students as a threshold, and we will not exceed that. We need to agree on where would these young people go. Concerning planning and monitoring, observing as well, we want to have several institutions that will help us have an accredited diploma, for example, in welding or any other field. We need to work together. We have a framework, and we need to continue on the same spirit. And we worked together, and we need to generalize it within the framework of our work. We want to work on existing diplomas. It's not that I don't trust teaching language in our universities, but we would like to have let's say a policeman who would monitor. For example, if someone says I have B1 or B2, we should verify that to solve the issue. And here I would like to answer the question raised by this lady. We don't have the capacity to train many more students. I talked about 15,000 researchers, or we would maybe reach 18,000. We need to go in this direction. When it comes to the language learning, we need to find a solution. It's up to the individual to learn a language. We can't put languages inside students' heads. They need to work individually on their own. All of this needs to be developed structurally. We will develop modules and they will be shared with among universities. For example, module on culture and Moroccan heritage. We are working on these modules along with professionals to have a high quality result that meet the standards of other platforms, for example Coursera or Udemy. Today we have if we have 15 professors, we need to double that or multiply that by 3 or 4 times in order to have the necessary number of staff, so that we reach the level that our neighboring countries have. For example, Spain. We need to reach the same level, and we need to have open attractiveness. We have an organized system that allows the economic and social environment to have resources. For example, in the Faculty of Sciences, we have 30%, and in schools of architecture we reach a good supervision rate, and it's usually higher than the rates in northern regions. So we need to adopt a good system, and that's why I say to fellow researchers, we don't have the necessary number of professors, etc. We would be on the wrong path. We have a certain context, certain situation, and we need to deal with it. We are in the course of discussions. There's no difference between the two ministries, the Ministry of Education, Preschooling and Sports, and the and the Ministry of Higher Education. We are working together on training good students, especially at the universities. But during that time, we can say that we receive students who are not well trained. It's like building a house. Everybody should contribute. I always say this to the presidents of universities. We are the last to contribute, and we bear the responsibility. And when you are building a wall, you need to build it on a strong basis. We have certain people at a certain age For example, a child at the age of 15 or 14 is not the same as a young man in his in 18 or 19. So we need to use this as so we need to capitalize on the situation and try to find the solutions. If you say that I will win 10% in terms of failure rate, I would be more than glad with that. You asked me, are we sure that we suggest will lead us to success? I would say no, because I'm not sure myself. But I'm sure that if we work diligently and carry on this path, we will it will lead us to failure. We need to adopt other approaches and face international competitiveness, which doesn't only allow us to train the elite. There are 1,240,000 students, and if they fail, the society fails. We need to keep on working, because having our hands down will only lead us to failure. We need to move and act quickly. We are witnessing what's going on in other countries. The discussion in terms of the use of English, Chinese, or Arabic. And also everybody's talking about empowerment, where we need also a lot of capacities. We this year we've opened 100 chances for free mobility. For example, someone in Tangier would go for 3 months to study in Casablanca, and someone from Etmaloud would go to and spend a trimester, 3 months in Casablanca. He would live in Casablanca with all its hassles, and he would try to find housing, and we will help in a way in this mobility. Can you imagine students going to Germany or Italy? This would change their life. And here I would say that our ministry is responsible on, and also enterprises and their role. Enterprises are not at the level that we see in laboratories. I would not mention names, but our government allocated 100 million dirhams for study and research, and the university today, or enterprises and federations, we would like them to work along with the universities to determine the right departments and field. We don't want you to be involved in financing, but we want you to work hand in glove with these universities. Of course, if we let the universities work on their own, they would do whatever they want. But we need to work collectively. We need everybody to be involved in this dynamic. Everything that we do will lead to good results. We are working on concluding contracts with the universities. We conclude these contracts with them, and we ask them to train some students in certain fields, and that would require X amount of money. And in terms of the university, and its space, it should be good for young people. If we go to certain universities, I'm not gonna mention the names, but some of them are not suitable for young people. You go out of them with a negative feeling. So we need to work towards improving these universities. When it comes to PhD students and their situation, everybody's talking about rights, but no one talks about duties. We need to clarify this, and I believe that what we're gonna do in terms of PhD, and since PhD, not a lot of students apply for it. You can't apply for PhD if you don't speak second language. In 20 minutes, you'll prove yourself. So we need to work on it. There are
Une deuxième orientation à l'intérieur. Non, dans beaucoup de filières, il y aura un bac plus.
We need to allocate baccalaureate with several features, and for licence in law there is one for public and one for private law. Now we'll have also another one for which has two streams at the same time. So during the last 2 years of the student's path, he will focus on both private and public laws. And also this will be focused also on the economic and social aspects, and we also allow for remote learning or e-learning. As well as training within enterprises. There should be some licenses based on this attending at the university and attending several courses at the enterprise itself. Concerning the budget, for the first time, this new government allocated 14 billion, and now we are working towards moving to 15. And if we take into consideration the AIDS, we reached 8%. Additional 8%, and this is an exceptional effort in terms of HR or investment at the pedagogical and research levels. And these are very positive gains, and I would like to also focus on some departments that we haven't focused a lot on. When it comes to social protection, we see that there's a concern because there are several psychological diseases, for example schizophrenia, and we are working with the Ministry of Health and the presidency of a government, so that we should be open to have some these specialties in the heart of the universities. We see that there is a return of basic study fields. For example, mathematics is there's a demand for it. It's required everywhere, especially when it comes to AI, for example, the AI industry. So there's a deep thinking which entails the need for professionals at the territorial level. We need professionals in sociology, economics, human sciences, and there are examples of also water and electricity, and for example, when we want to plan for a city, we bring the Swiss and the French. And there are also IT technology that we use comes from Europe. However, we need our own, where there are several students who sign up. In Marrakesh, for example, however, this goes at on the same path, just like before. When we talk about coaching, there are some people who practice this profession without any diploma or certification. So we need to have some departments that will, for example, focus on delivering a master's in certain fields. Once again, I would like to finish by saying I'm not guaranteeing you success, but if we don't move quickly, if we don't do anything, we're gonna fail for sure. And we are very glad to work with Mr. Shakib along with the council, and we are sure that we're gonna reach good results, because we need to work hand in glove. It might be true that we need 12 to 15 years to achieve something concrete, but we're gonna work in order to achieve a progress. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We will hear a speech from Mr. Yunus Kuri, who is in charge of economic integration and labor and skills, right after lunch at 12:30. $2:30.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. نستأنف الجلسة.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, we will now begin the afternoon session, and I would like to ask the ladies and gentlemen of the members and attendees, if possible, which is of course possible, because to please be seated, because the presentation that will be delivered by our very dear friend Mr. Yunus Kuri is related to to an essential and important topic, which is the roadmap for vocational training. And so it is without a doubt that we will be enjoying listening to him, and I am sure that this presentation is going to be complementary to everything that's been mentioned and discussed before when it comes to the first presentation about a school that is known by its quality, as well as the second presentation that was delivered by His Excellency the Minister of Innovation and Education about the scientific research and innovation, as well as everything that has to do with what a Moroccan university should look like, considering that it is the regional engine and the societal engine and lever towards prosperity, and especially when it comes to scientific research. So, if you would allow me, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Yunus Kuri to deliver his presentation. Thank you.
شكرا.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to take this chance to take part of the action of this council. I would like to congratulate you, sir, for, as well as all of the members, for the trust they have placed in the various actions and decisions taken by this council, as well as, of course, the role of this council that has been apparent today throughout this discussion, which has added some sort of a value for all of the discussions taking place outside of the constitutional institutions, as well as public spaces. And for this, of course, as you have mentioned, Mr. Chairman, we are at a Ministry of Economic Inclusion and SMEs. This is the first experience of its kind in governmental engineering, which has seen the light of day in the context of entrepreneurship and vocation, and not in the domain of university and schools. So I believe that this experience needs hard work, because it's not an easy one, and it also requires innovation that needs to be collective, as well as an aim, or an aim of a certain approach, in order for us to have a very close relationship between the concerns of the job market itself, and the concerns of society, which are societal and social mostly. I would just like to bring to your attention, knowing that the attendance is of expertise and practice, which goes without saying. However, I'm going to mention that the one of the characteristics of vocational training is that it is a sector that is managed in three aspects: in an operational direct approach, and this is of course a plus for us, And on on the other hand, this aspect or this inquiry needs to be followed up with the required and necessary dynamism for the three aspects when it comes to the employers as well as the state and all of its branches. Secondly, this sector, has many other characteristics because it is very open on one path, because it is a decentralized or non-centralized sector for a long time all across the country. And so this is required of this sector to react to the obstacles met, which are obstacles for people who are working with this sector and who are not going to be following a certain discipline, which is the first and last condition when it comes to the close relationship between inclusion and the real or the social or socioeconomic reality in many domains. So this is in addition, lastly, to as you have seen recently, the issue that requires lots of time, because it is the lifelong learning process, and so it doesn't really find any appropriate spot except when it comes to vocational training, as well as the primary or foundational training that is of course the skeleton to what we have today. And so this is, of course, another opportunity for us to congratulate ourselves for the success of our efforts. I have been, of course, asked to deliver a presentation on our roadmap. However, I thought that the roadmap, as it has been called before, as a very precise term, I would like to expand on the structure of vocational training as a whole, as well as the characteristics or political and social characteristics of this structure when it comes to the decisions based on their importance. However, there are also real obstacles when it comes to choices and options, and for certain options as well. So there are many other choices that His Majesty the King has been overseeing as part of this roadmap, which has yielded some positive results for our country. When it comes to the visits of many other countries, it is really evident for us that we do indeed have lots to say in this domain, and we do bring lots of value. There is just a small introduction on which I will be spending a few minutes in order for me to open up the appetite for debate about this discussion when it comes to the preliminary introductions, and in order for us to also get to know this specialty, to keep up with the upcoming presentations in the near future. So, as each topic, this one has its own reference points and foundations, as well as its historic pathway. So we cannot really talk about vocational training without really talking about the Constitution of the Kingdom, which is the best way for us to mention the laws and duties, because the vocational training is a constitutional right that is guaranteed for all citizens, and this is something that's very powerful because it requires unprecedented mobilization when it comes to the national institutions of the government and its branches, as well as all of the provinces with all of its capacities and jurisdictions, in order for us to explore this mission that is very socioeconomic in a way that has its own disciplines, as well as this is in addition to the speeches of His Majesty the King, and especially the 65th anniversary of the Revolution of the King and his people in the 20th of August 2018, which is emphasizing the importance of reconsidering in an exhaustive manner the qualifications of the structure of vocational training, because as we have seen this morning when it comes to the roadmap for education and universities and higher education, these roadmaps require a significant time frame in order for it to yield some results, and so that's why we have to reconsider each 4 or 5 years drastically in order really having to in order for us to really find the impacts on the country and all of its provinces, national institutions, and the private sector. And the most important part of this is that some citizens that are looking for stability when it comes to their choices and options for the future. So, of course, I would like to revert back to a historic pathway very quickly, which could have its own legal implications when it comes to the year 1974, when the Bureau of Vocational Training was created, because as we see now, the size of this bureau has been reformed in 1984, and then the Alternance Law in 1998, and the National Charter for Education and Training 1999, and this is always leading to some good results, because there is some things that are very gradual when it comes to the national domain and the country's constitution, as well as the vision or the strategic vision of 2015, and the law of continuous training in 2018, which is encountering some obstacles. And we will also talk about the political approach that we have adopted in order for us to near the results, the solutions in 2023, God willing, as well as the roadmap and the framework law that has that is a list of laws actually, which is a bit heavy and needs exceptional mobilization, and especially when it comes to the obligations of this through a time frame which is a good one, because it gives us an idea of how we can translate our ideas and our societal conclusions more operationally. So this is as a challenge for any person that's responsible, which comes in this domain. You have a legal arsenal that needs to lead to a decision, and look into how this legal and organizational arsenal is going to find a solution to the problem or make it more complicated. So we have 6 laws, maybe including the framework law, as you can see here. And the essential law for vocational training, continuous training, etc. 38 decrees and many other decisions that could probably that could be looking after certain categories instead of the general public. And so this entire structure has its issues, because as you know, when it comes to vocational training, it is closely related to all the productive sectors. So when it is related to the productive sectors, when you would like to change some legal text or a practice at work that is related to sector, you have to at least address 2 or 3 people in question You have to be covering the employers, whether in agriculture, tourism, etc. You have to address the sector that needs to be represented in the government. You have to talk to the professionals if there is a confederation or a syndicate or any sort of group in this domain, because they have their own institutions and their own dynamics, and each one is could be part of a cluster or part of any other group. And if you would like to go farther, you have to cover the entire region, because now we have a new operation that has its own problems when it comes to capacities and competencies. However, this is a very huge topic. So, for example, the president of the region of Casablanca, when there's a PDR being prepared, the people involved are taking lots of decisions, and so there is a political agenda and an electing agenda, as well as another other agendas. And so this is a difficulty for us if we're not prepared, because this year is a decisive decision for us, because one of us needs to be on time in order to help the other. This is when it comes to the convergence of public policies, which are a real challenge in our country. I'll provide some examples more on that later. When it comes to the framework law, it has brought upon our attention lots of topics. I won't really delve into this slide, however, I will speak to some topics that are really partial, that help us find partial answers when it comes to the roadmap of vocational training. However, there are some other subjects that are going to be a topic of discussion and of close attention for the government in the year of 2023, in accordance with the head of government and the members of this government this year, after the progress that was made in the domain of education as well as higher education. And the three-prong approach for this structure. So we have started with social discussion this year in order for us to find new foundations to work on, which we have been able to reach success through social agreements. And so there are many other discussions, because, as you know, any discussion has its own difficulties. However, it is even harder to find profound reform of the labor sector without really processing the quality of the relationship with the social stakeholders and employers. So it's like pouring water through sand, because in case there is no agreement. For the law that has to do with the mechanisms and the funding sources and measures to evaluate this labor sector. These are the results of this framework law, and we have a version that is ready of this today. However, the way we would like to process this governmental request is based on many procedures. It's not simple. So when it comes to funding, for example, we have the standing obstacles and challenges. If you would like to build everything that's been mentioned in the Royal Vision, we have 3 instances that are already up and running, and based on its own everything that's been mentioned so far. Its governance is its own topic. So that's why in all of the new projects there is a version of Quick Start, and afterwards we will need to find a way to build momentum on that. However, we would like to also admit that when it comes to the funding obstacles, we are not very good at this stuff, historically speaking. So we don't really generate any receipts or invoices. So I'm not talking about fiscal receipts. I'm talking about continuous training and the sea of possibilities. However, we weren't really able in the past to make things really more productive and make things a source of reform, because we are speaking of funding now, and if we have this obstacle, then we need to find ways to overcome these obstacles. And so for stakeholders, when things aren't really working in this direction, everyone goes to the easier solutions, which are the little document that we receive from professional tax and how to divide it. So instead of discussing how we can expand upon returns or our profits when it comes to how to interact with the market, the discussion always ends up in talking about how can we divide what we already have. So this is one of the dangers for each and every reform. This discussion is good. However, if the structure really is all about how we can divide this money, then it's not going to develop the structure in its own interaction with the structure of labor, hiring, and vocation. And these are just simple examples for some institutions that have, despite the years, have not been able to be up and running. And this is in a a full and collective and exhaustive way. So when you look into the details, you find that these institutions have the professionals and experts, etc. However, we have paid too much attention on the concept plan to conformity, where we start introducing the characteristics. However, what is the added value? It's not there. We have many institutions that were not able to provide training that is interesting for the private sector, and so we find that the private sector buys these trainings that could be international or national outside of this structure or this ecosystem. And so I'm not saying that we already have the solution. However, these questions need to be asked, and so this is part of how we can work on our reform. And these are just a few simple examples, because I've seen the version with our working group, and this really goes for governance as well, because we have the Department of Professional Training. Based on its own texts, many specialties are mentioned, and so there are many other obstacles that are related to training. However, we need to understand when it comes to training and hiring. So unfortunately, not even the ecosystem of teaching, education, higher education are not even really related to training. And so it would be, if these things are not related, then they are going to be, each and every one of them are going to be their own wheels going in their own directions, and they will never meet. And so if we are going to meet, if we're not going to direct this these mechanisms for all of these stakeholders, including some departments that are also responsible for training, if we would like to direct this in order to hire people, we have to find the dose of flexibility that we need to really come up to when it comes to the engineering of the content of programs, and what are the contracts that need to be provided in order for us to not fall into bureaucracy, and in order for us to avoid having this bureaucracy controlling these trainings. And so these examples are always really anonymous when it comes to bureaucracy, because the jobless or these people, there are very huge numbers of people. I'll give you the numbers.
We also had a map and the equipments, but we knew, because this is a major work. For example, if they have a village of tourism or health care, etc. There are several equipments and they're very expensive. They require a cooperation, budget, etc. So that we allow people to access the labor market. However, you find that there is an administrative procedure that you need to follow, even when we coordinate with the Ministry of Finance. However, sometimes it doesn't meet the expectations, people's expectations, and it doesn't allow to create a class or a core that's free. It's not like higher education, which has its own statute. This is different because it goes directly to the labor market. So if they only teach, it wouldn't be called the vocational training. They need to practice as well. And if the gap is large between theory and practice, we'll find ourselves in the same issue, especially when a lot of trainees come, and you know them all. When they try to be when they try to go for an internship, they don't find them. Even their trainers, they help them, and they write a report that of something doesn't even exist. And you find someone writes an internship report in French, though he couldn't find an internship, and he didn't do anything. He went to a company and they stamped his report. However, he didn't conduct this internship. Why? Because there is no statute for an intern. There's no framework from the part of institutions for this process, since it's transactional. An internship means supervision, and it requires support. No one takes this into consideration. That's why it doesn't produce anything. That's very basic. An internship is a help, is an assistance for the internship, and also a chance for the trainee. So this sort of problematics are the ones that we're trying to deal with, just the same way I'm speaking to you right now. And in order to take part or in a gathering that might be for 3 to 4 months or so, we will improve, I might bring a chart which differs from this, and it's a result of the framework law. We could have a chart that tackles the problems that we need to react to, so that I'm not with you and with the citizens in an approach of a number which covers many differences. The real problem is that of differences. Those that are excellent in any way. When I ask the general director of vocational training, I ask her to give me for each field or each place, how many people are how many trainers. She told me the grade this person gets in the baccalaureate is 18. However, when I go visit a number of institutions where there are students that go for phase-in training, where there's a convention, for example, between a hotel and the field where we give them a subvention so that they take these people into consideration and they provide them with the theory and some praxis. I am surprised to find that 70 to 80% of the people have a licence and some even have a master's. This is phasing. Why? Because it has a monthly salary and because there is a need, and this is a ticking bomb and a subject of great importance that's not being looked into by anyone. The demand that we have, labor demand from communes and the institutions, if it exists, it only aims at employing those that have a diploma. For those that have a diploma after the baccalaureate, if you have less than a baccalaureate, then you don't have a diploma. When we talk look at other people, and even where there are limited numbers, however, there's a great success for a number of people in other trainings with high numbers of integration. For example, 70% and real 70%, which means that so that I can draw your attention. When someone applies for vocational training, he stays until the end. There's no loss. So that when we talk about 70% of integration, it's of those who sign up for the training, not those who pass the exam and graduate. And even if you look at some statistics and find that a higher number of integration, it's only for those who sign up later on. If you look at from the start, it's only 50%, especially when there's open attractiveness, and it's open attraction. And this is something, and this is a this is a known fact. For example, establishing this strategic contract, he will have a problem because that 660,000 people, only a number of them are in the private sector. And we'll look at some institutions of training, public ones and not private. We ask them 15% in boarding schools. This is the cover of the dorms. Others are rent, or they live with their parents. It depends on the region. We find an exceptional effort, and unfortunately we don't have a study, but we find an exceptional effort made by the family in order to cover all the expenses which come with this free of charge training, so that we need to determine what we want. Because a number of parents are ready to pay. However, we need a system that corresponds to the specific needs of the people and take into consideration, fortunately or unfortunately, not only studying. A number of citizens have a problem not only with studying but also with other social components, especially when it comes to fields that they expect to succeed if they study those fields. And I couldn't find any studies related to this issue, and it's an issue that's current. And when we look at it from a qualitative angle, we find people can determine either to go this way or that way. So this is I wouldn't say a new thematic, but a necessary one, and has to take into consideration the social aspects. Some parents, even some families, even move and live with their students, especially if she's a girl, for 2 years. They change their city, or sometimes the father sends the mother along with the girl who will study. Should we stay, or should we take this dorms approach? Because there are some people who don't even have money to travel from one place to another. We have the number 30,000 or so. In comparison to what's been achieved, it's still a low number, especially given the fact that we don't have an institution that provides subventions for trainees, and there were some deliberations in order to give this to other agencies, but there is a legal problematic in this regard. Just to have a system, and we are seeing that the RFPPT, the Office for Professional and Vocational Training, though it's not part of its job, it's making an effort in this regard. Implementing the non-centralized and decentralized policies. And I said this in the House of Representatives. I said either we are we're Democrat or not. We need to make a decisive and final decision in this regard if we want to be democratic, just in accordance with the Constitution and the speeches of Her Majesty, and abide by the concept of democracy in all its regional and national dimensions. We need to take a step. The stakeholders should have these studies, and they have their own. They have they have their roadmaps. This is basically democracy. When we come and we have several institutions in this ecosystem, while waiting, maybe concession, and this is problematic even for other countries. Some are regretting it. Nothing prevents us from moving to contracting. However, each region should assume the role of a leader. However, we need to have the necessary means, though they're not the only thing that we need. Contracts are followed by clear objective projects and policies we took upon ourselves in the ministry, and I talked to several heads of departments to conclude conventions. We call them framework contracts, so that we have the means available for regional projects and not the region itself. If it exists, if these projects exist, what happens to all ministers? Some of you were already ministers. When you finish with oral questions, and when you go from the room to the elevator, it might take you half an hour, just because a lot of deputies come with several questions and demands, one of which is having schools for the girls who study. And this requires an effort from all stakeholders and a managerial or managing approach. So if we want to agree on a project and this regional planning, we must have a mechanism for human resources managing, and we should and we should give the leadership to the region, not the ministry. And I will talk openly, so that we don't talk as if this will go on its own. There's always a need for political will for everywhere in the world. And if someone wants to ignore this, they should be held responsible. And if we have 12 regions in which there is a number of activities and results, even if there are among the members, everybody is a winner. So I would like to say there is a space for a win-win partnership, and we shouldn't accumulate this tardiness. We need to move with a good approach and based on experimenting. We have an experience in employment. We have the head of employment sector. Yes, they have what we call promotion of employment. They went to several regions, they signed a contract with them, then ANAPEC comes. They help by providing business plans, etc. There are some results at the qualitative level. However, when it comes to when it comes to quantitative level, there is still very minimum. We have several elections that were held at the same time, because for the first time they provide for 5 years. Because if we exceed 23 would be a problem. So the idea is to reach 12 conventions. However, with a mega payment which is distributed, and also a collective intelligence among all the stakeholders. And we have witnessed this in other programs, for example the program Awash, which is very different. However, through a territorial approach, we reached 80,000 people in 6 or 7 months in a very rapid manner, and that was a witness of collective intelligence. We talked about the evaluation system, and this is a subject that's related to maybe the our ministry. There was a draft decree which is part of the national framework of certification. When I asked to read it, I found that it doesn't correspond to the answers. So if we want to apply only to what our framework law, then we would provide this. Orientation is also one important aspect, and I will talk about it soon. This is timely. These are timely projects that will be limited this year. They have 3 years. However, there are others. Others that maybe we can fix as time goes by. some statistics. Example, over 600 trainees, as you can see right here on the screen. Distribution, there are 90,000 in the private sector and 100 in other sectors, and approximately 30,000 in this vocational phasing. When we take the figures into consideration, we can just find some statistics of warriors who went through the war and they succeed. For example, Mr. Bahawi, who has a high number, as well as health, tourism, and the other areas. Continuous training, only 1,007 companies that benefited from this, and this is a problem that we will delve into details later. The institutions in the ministerial sector, there are also other institutions from the private sector, and if we count institutions, for example, RFPPT, different. There's a complex and several other aspects. So we had a number of trainers between 2,000 and 10,000 in the RFPPT, and also CMC, as you know, is a peril that we have, and it has made an effort. And the Vocational Training Bureau could come up with it despite a lot of difficulties they faced. And there are also some difficulties in some cities. As you know, now there's the prices are rising, and some companies even wanted to cancel. Sometimes I move from one thing to another, but this is very important because it provides a lot of money. That's why we had this this pilotage, and we will conduct a study in order to know what's going on and find solutions not only to current issues or problematics, but also other problematics such as sustainable financing, because just to remind you, we found that there is a need for professionals and communes as well as the state. Financing is very important as well. We had temporary financing, however, on the mid and long term we need to have independent services that they provide for this system. I would like to share with you these indicators just to talk about the qualitative level. I'm sorry the numbers are not very apparent, but in the vocational training they hold a study right after, or they conduct study right after some time, and after 36 months they ask questions, and 43% of the people who go for vocational training are employees, and 89% of them have their mothers are housewives, and 59% dropped out of school or they were expelled. One of the main obstacles for them to not integrate in the labor market is the lack of experience, because internships are not enough. However, the number is not huge, it's just 6%. Some people find the jobs in very harsh situations, but some say that they couldn't find job opportunities. If we compare this data to that of ANAPEC, we see that interviews and with companies, if this company has a good interview system, there's a problem of transportation and also staying, especially for those who take time, who remain unemployed for a long time. Salaries approximately 14% have between 3 and 4,000. All of them should be in this 14%. Only 6% of them have more than 4,000. 47% have less than the minimum wage.
This is giving us an idea about many levels in this domain. What is worth noting is 28% between 1,000 and 2,000 dirhams. So this is either a part-time job or something else, which is under declaration. So this is of the informal sector, which is a different story. It is really a whole different story, because it is something that we have to take seriously, because 0.4% only of people who are benefiting from continuous training, and only 14% of the people benefiting from continuous training from the people who are declared from the CNSS. So this is generally speaking, of course. When it comes to social support, this is part of these people, because 33,285 people are benefiting from scholarships, 600,000 in the entire ecosystem, and only of the 90,000% that we have talked about, only 4,872 are the ones benefiting from the state's contribution to the fees of training at schools for vocational training. So it only totaled 25 million dirhams only, and so we can't really found any policies on this much money, as well as 135,000 million dirhams, because the scholarships have witnessed a huge progress in the last 3 years. However, these numbers are still too little, because when it comes to the scholarships, some of them receive a full one while others receive a partial one. And this also applies to technicians as well. So this is an obstacle if we would like to help people encourage people on getting these trainings. We have to orient the efforts towards these populations, because what happens is that people receive their training and they never finish it. Once they find their job, they just get away from their own trainings. So there are some settings that need to be tweaked for the specialized technicians that really benefit from compulsory or obligatory health insurance, and this is part of the many services that they benefit from. I will be brief when it comes to the number of employees, of course, because you already have a version of this presentation, because we are working on equity and equality, and so in Thursday we will be launching the first inclusive program for female entrepreneurship when it comes to social inclusion, a program called Direction Femme. We have chosen 100 women in the central and national trainings for OFPPT and ANAPEC. We have a U theory that we would like to adopt in this domain, and this program is taking part of 3 to 5 months, where each and every group should have its own leadership, female leadership project. So this doesn't only mean taking the positions of responsibility, even though it's decisive, but to also motivate the programs and approaches that might be for the benefit or that might help women, and the gender approach. And this is a real challenge because there are lots of skills, however these skills are not translated into a policy for the sector very clearly and very institutionally, because we would like to create a space for debate, not only for debate but also for decisions on the gender approach or the gender-based approach and of the goals that we would like to reach when it comes to hiring or recruitment for women. It is a very big part when it comes to the vocational training as a producer of this manpower. There are 5 axes: qualifying and reforming the presentation of vocational training, as well as creating a new generation of vocational training institutions, modernizing the pedagogical methods and improving the employability for workers, and early orientation and improving the attractiveness of vocational training. This is, of course, not only good for vocational training, but also it's also good for other sectors. And so this is, of course, interesting for the Bureau of Vocational Training. And so there is 417 new departments, and this is all the work that we have done already. There were lots and lots of meetings and a huge number of discussions, and 249 modernized departments. 109 departments have been let go, and so this wasn't done only on the first level, but it was all the way down to pedagogies and methodologies, as well as how to follow up with trainers. So this was an opportunity for many institutions of vocational training, because for the number of trainers have declined, and a big number of these trainings is digitized and present on the platform that is targeting this group of people. As for expanding and qualifying institutions, there were 37 for mobilization, 3 internal projects, etc. When it comes to jobs and capacities, we can revert back to that in one of our meetings. There were 12 cities for this, and we have talked about 12 or 20 trainers for each and every sector, 5,500 beds for campuses, and 3.6 billion dirhams for overall investments, and 8 institutions because there is demand for this, because since there was an intervention when it comes to the sectoral and national aspects, because for example there are some people who need training, for example in etc., where we add more things in these lines of work, modernizing the pedagogical methodologies and improving the quality of training. People are the quality is improved, and we are supporting the training the methodologies. For example, I'll choose 2 or 3 topics. For example, when it comes to the improvement of the quality of training, we have implemented 35 institutions. However, we would like to go farther than that when it comes to external evaluation, because we had a Millennium Challenge question about where we can just make up our own norms or choose an existing norm, which is ISO 21001, and this is in order for us to implement this ecosystem in 2023. When it comes to these approaches, we have had over 73
the steps of design and implementing programs of training. Operationality, we still need to make an effort, despite the exceptional effort made. However, we didn't have an integral approach when it comes to labor market. For example, at a certain point you wouldn't be you wouldn't be launched in the labor market. Now that the ministry works together, and hopefully it remains like that, the idea is that there is a growing effort in order to contribute in this manner. And we've prepared in parallel with this a draft chart. We called it a small business act for jobs, and it's the subject that we're talking about. Because when you look at countries that had an efficient approach to a certain degree in this non-formal sector, I find that it's important to take the auto entrepreneur to the and you need to look at each of these categories, and it's ready, and we gave it to the National Agency for Capacities, and because of and in this 2023 we've had several centers and agencies at the regional level, and the directives that we had during the last meeting with ANAPEC, we told them that this can't be done on your own. We need to adopt several cooperations, which means that there is a sector that can come and works in this regard. But since there was no structure from the government, this remained just like that, with lacking coordination. And our idea in this regional approach is to provide the means in order to have a systematic and of high quality intervention. Because we have a country with 34 million people and several regions, We have capacities, we have an unofficial statistics that are concerning, that talk about the informal sector. We need to stop this at a certain point. Do I need 100 actors? 100 actors, or 500 or 200 or 1000? And these people don't have the means. If you want to have a network that would train these auto entrepreneurs or help these small businesses, etc. The money don't fall off the sky, so we need to have them and provide the necessary budget in order to establish a system that would mobilize them. We test and then we monitor, and we also rely on open spaces, which are the universities that are involved in this regard, because we have the space and time as well, even at night, whenever possible. Thus, our ambition, along with our dear ministers, is that we should stop constructing, because we see in general each project has a dimension, but at the same time there's a loss of money and time. We don't have the financial means, and the number of people who work in the informal sector is enormous, and it's insane. So honestly, our work in the ministry, with your help as a constitutional body or institution that has the role of the government in this field, we need to look at this, to add these challenges and overcome them in order to know exactly what we're talking about.
The early orientation and improvement of attractiveness to vocational training, this is something that's always been there. But there is a very weird difference, because when we are talking to people receiving vocational training, we find that they have received their master's studies. So when you go out there in society, you find a condescending look on vocational training. So it's not really an issue with programming. This is an issue that is cultural at best, and which is also societal, which needs a different approach. We also have a different initiative when it comes to the promotion of professional training, as well as the community that is living and gravitating around professional training needs to be the first stakeholder, and that's not the case here. Companies must be the first stakeholder to promote all of this, and that's not the case here, because it's done on the nuclear scale of the companies, because you say, of course, you meet a company owner and they say that yes, people do indeed receive professional training, and they are working, and they're hardworking, and they're good students as well. However, when it comes to the scale of public policies and the media, this is really not mentioned, and this is a project that I personally care about very passionately. Sometimes more than other projects, because if we make progress and success in this topic, then we will go far. So when it comes to this, it's tough culturally and socially, because the over 12 regions that we have, it would be contributing to the 7 or 6% that we already have of the people receiving the training. However, it will serve as a lever to change the stereotypical look that we have about this. However, we have a weird difference between the reality that these people are living in when it comes to the various stereotypes and the vision of the society to these people. So there are some other visit when it comes to another semester in studies, where you study for 2 years and then you add another semester to it. This semester is all about soft skills. In order for the stereotypical look at vocational training or handiwork, when it comes to all of the sectors that have to do with aeronautics or vehicles. However, these topics need their own project that can only be with all partners for a digital aspect, as well as an aspect that has to do with the ecosystem that is not mobilized, which profits from professional training that doesn't really go back to this training. And so for the last slide, if you will, and I know that I've been not brief at all. I wasn't really planning on it, but here we are. Of the subjects that are in question now, the governance of the ecosystem, the big governance that I would like to call in Moroccan Darija the big governance and the small governance. We will admit that the ecosystem of professional training is an ecosystem based on money. When there is an ecosystem based on money, it is based on the principal handicaps of how it functions or how it can be reformed. And so this is a topic, this is a different topic, because we are brave to work on this, because each and every reform is going to be showing some gaps, and some people benefiting from this are no longer going to be doing so. And so there were some ministerial bodies were not responsible for what they are working on right now. And so as my colleague has mentioned before, some people receive their training, but they don't know what kind of job they're going to find. And that's why we need to find answers to these questions, or especially the question of how are we going to find the shared knowledge between the trainers and the ecosystem of training for the demographics that are plagued with unemployment, etc. This thesis of equation, I don't think it's been conducted in a very consensual manner, because we know the number of people who are working on the unemployed, and the predictions are well known, and we need to choose if these people are going to go which way. There is also a number of other things that have to do with fighting against school dropouts. And as you all know, dropouts could lead to delinquency and criminalities, and then extremism, just to be clear. Because these things are just slippery slopes, because you start with small delinquencies and then you end up in extremism. The most recent numbers when it comes to ENIT are people of 7 years old are really fallen into extremism, and these 7-year-old people, they are kids. They are no longer the people that we once knew. They are extremists. Revitalizing continuous training is something that's already on the table, and this is something that I have personally looked after based on His Majesty's directives, which is part of a social discussion that needs its own healthy debate. And so we have chosen to tackle this socially in order for us to have listening and critical thinking when it comes to the conditions that need to be met in order for us to tackle this issue in 2023. for entrepreneurship, for example. This is something that's very closely related to professional training, because as an experiment, the OFPPT has had some sort of some receptacles of these people, and the equation is, without really going to the streets, the people that we have in our own ecosystem for vocational and professional training, after getting its own special program for revitalizing trainings, it has its own quota that's called the fund of hiring young people. When we look at the offers that we have, as we have conducted with you in primary education, it worked. As Mr. Ben Musa has said, 4,000 or 500 classrooms are open a year, and so each 4,500, they lead to 4,000 or 5,000 people working. For example, cooks, because for example, when it comes to cooks, they are working in cafeterias, and so when we were discussing this, we said, in order for us to really have this social inclusion, it is when it comes to serving other people, and this is the new trend all over the world, actually. So when we are working on this topic, we were looking into the requirements. We asked you what's wrong, and they said that the first issue is time, because we need twice the amount of numbers, the amount of time that we need. And so, of course, we have to work on our finance or our funding, which is, when it comes to laws, when it comes to laws for non-lucrative goals or non-profit goals. When it comes to offset, it's not really there for upfront investments. And so, of course, if we are at a procedure where the treasury is empty, where the administrative procedures are followed by 4,000 people times I don't know how much.
Then we find ourselves in a system which is failed. It didn't fail because of the cycle of the students, etc. No, it's just because the treasury was not well managed according to socio-economic manner. So we need to have the treasuries well managed. So the idea is to have other sectors to follow this direction, and the other actors, and we need to move quickly towards others, as well as generalizing this and also focusing on entrepreneurship. We have 3 main blocks with ANAPAC, and we'll launch it soon, this month of January. For the first time, it will have a dense offer for keeping up during the founding, taking into consideration different sizes. Instead of having a program that's efficient for a certain category, but it's not the same for all categories. Also promoting partnership, PPP, public-private partnership. This is a very vital subject. We have some partnerships, but they're not very successful on all levels. So we gained a lot of strengths, however, also some weaknesses along the way. Especially when it comes to initial training and continuous training. However, which is important is that there are some professionals, and its governance requires our monitoring capability. That's why I would like to say that in our ministry we've put in place the new organogram in order to be able to track and monitor all of these objectives, where there's a lack of coordination at sometimes. And also the roadmap of vocational training. It's still a very complicated issue that we need to focus on. However, it's a map that will be in line with employment, and it's also part of the governance of labor and employment, which has its own pillars. So of course it will be implemented in different framework. However, I would like to share with you its results that will be published in March. Also improving the attractiveness as well as diversifying the resources of funding. We were looking for international partnerships and international cooperation. However, we found some surprising numbers. $700 million in the ministry. However, where are these funds? I'm not talking about anybody in particular, however, because there are several experts, several committees. You know the story. We really can't. At certain points it becomes a waste of time, because our officers, when they have 1,200 compensation for mobilization, they try to exploit this. And also so there's a lack of good management. So everyone wants to go for some new programs, objectives, objects that with very minimal results. However, we need to put an end to this at the national level and at the level of all ministries and government as a whole, with international institutions as an honor point in order to accept international cooperation. If we don't do this at the level of all ministries, we won't reach results, because each one has a role to play. And this on its own is a gain that's incredible if it's achieved. I think, Mr. President, I finished my presentation, so thank you all for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Scudi, Jan Scudi, our friend, and the Minister of Economic Integration, Small Business, Labor and Skills. What we noticed, and all of us did, is that what distinguishes these presentations is honesty, realism as well. And I believe that this is a common factor among all presentations. Thus, we completed a comprehensive vision regarding vocational training. That's why I would like to invite you to contribute in a new list of comments. Mr. Madoni always like to make remarks. That's very great, very nice. Please go ahead. Your full name, please. Salasi Mohammed.
تفضل.
هو تدخلي انطلاقا من تجربتي السابقة في المجلس.
Based on my experience in the first the previous session, Mr. Mirawi was really president of the temporary commission for professional training, and so this committee has worked on a report that was published in 2019, in the 26th of April of that year. So my concern is that each and every time we start all over. So most of what you said, Your Excellency the Minister, is already mentioned in this report. So I would like to predict for the future is that even the way we are working on the previous term, we have to work on, instead of publishing reports, we have to support the government in working on all of the reports that have already been published previously. That's why I am making this remark. I just really noticed that you are an expert on all of these matters at once. I hope I'm not trespassing. No, you are really welcome. Please go ahead, ma'am. Madam Axby. One minute, please. Would you like to support Mr. Skuri? I know lots of things actually. However, you have a right to support him actually, yeah. Mr. Chairman, we have lived as part of the left wing, of course. Please go ahead. Your name, please? Bin Hilal, okay. I wrote your name down. Who would forget you? You go without saying, sir. Mr. Chairman, if you would allow me, please. A little bit to the left, please. Raqi. Of course, the left has always been prosperous. Of course.
تفضل. نعم.
يوسف علاكوش.
Yusuf Alakush.
محمد مسكين ولا مسكين؟ الاسم الكريم.
Your name, please. We will now start with the discussion, if you would please, by passing the floor to Mr. Snasi Mohammed. Thank you. Thank you very much, President, Your Excellency. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Minister, I would like to thank you very much for your presentation. I would just like to revert to one point when it comes to the certification. This is always a motif for me, but I'll explain why. When it comes to certification, as you know, it has started in 2007 when Morocco has taken upon itself an engagement in the advanced status to also make it available for not only for financial influx, but to also create a favorable framework for an exchange of skills. And based on that, the ensemble of departments was really reunited when it comes to professional training, and many other professionals and stakeholders have worked since 2007 to 2013 for 6 years under the vision of the Superior Council, in order for us to work on a roadmap, because we were very happy back then and we applauded our own efforts based on the good governance, based on the inter-ministerial governance. afterwards it died. There was nothing left really, because nothing was left. Afterwards we arrived at a strategy, and then we said that we will be constructing a professional training, and we were very happy with that. However, it was still dead anyway. Afterwards there was the framework law that said we have to create the national framework for institutions in 2 years, and now we are past that deadline, and now we need an autonomous agency. So we have applauded that effort. However, this national case is resolving these regulation issues and many other issues, as well as a system of exploitation on which you will be installing all the programs for the national education and certification systems, which will solve many issues that have to do with mobility, education, and fluidity between the components and the job market, etc., etc. So all of these things would be overcome. But the question is, why wasn't this implemented? Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Now we would like to pass the floor to Mr. Shafiqi. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Your Excellency, the Minister, for your presentation. I have 3 remarks. The first one is in line with Mr. Snesi's remarks when it comes to national context, when it comes to the 35th chapter of the framework law. I wouldn't remind you of his remark, but I would like just to say that this is a testimony of a mechanism that will definitely guarantee the convergence of the 3 components of the educational ecosystem when it comes to professional training, higher education, and education itself. So when we take into consideration BTS, DUT, as well as other institutions, they are providing training for people of 2 years plus over their the high school diploma. And so the second remark is when it comes to the text that we have, which wasn't mentioned in the presentation, which is a choice that was presented in 2014 in this same building about the pathways and choice and professional career choices through which the student is studying everything that has to do with general knowledge in high schools, and everything that is professional at professional training institutions. And so we have had a study about how our country would make 2 billion dirhams if the people receiving trainings are in a failing state, because if they started from the Common Core and they received their own training and added another year, there will be different success stories. And the third remark, which wasn't part of the supervising framework laws, there is law number 114/11, which is about how there is a chunking of these regional trainings, which would be based on the regions for each and every professional training institution. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mazouz. You see, I didn't really forget you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to in turn congratulate their excellencies, all the ministries with us today, on their very rich presentations that were very enjoyable. And I wasn't really planning to make an intervention until after I really listened long and hard actually. So my intervention or my comment is not really a question or anything of the sort. However, it is just a remark. It's mostly an observation about some remarks that were raised before me about the individualistic specializations and specificities of a given region in our country. And so, the legislators for us have made it so that the professional trainings are based on each and every region. And for example, when it comes to education, it's all about a will to transfer the knowledge, and this is when it comes to all of its components and specificities. when it comes to the current legislators, they have their own. They have set laws for their own individualistic specialties. So there is some sort of homogeneity when it comes to training and education. However, at the same time, the legislator has chosen a gradual legislation, of course. So the paradox that we have in all of this is that I am speaking on behalf of my region and some regions that I am aware of, is that the region does not have the human resources, firstly, as well as the professional resources, in order to practice these specialties that are individualistic when it comes to professional training, because we can't really offer what we don't have. So when we talk to a region, we are only asking for money. We tell them about our program and how much it will cost and how much we are seeking from these people. So this very materialistic role for a region and for our meetings and throughout our meetings that you have been part of, the presidents of these regions, they refuse to play this role of the wallet people. They don't want to be just funneling money into these programs, because we have to sit down, join heads, and think of a way we can work on these things. So there is a will indeed, because there is a progressivity in transfer, because you are very well equipped when it comes to technical and financial aspects in everything that you do. So if we have a will to really practice these skills of the region, we have to have the approaches and means for engineering. This is one of the domains that are regionalized, really, in order for us to decentralize the information. And so the academians have their own independence that is important, really, when it comes to how to manage things within a region, and even if that's outside of their specialties. And so we have 3 universities, but we don't have a coordinator for these 3 universities for us to talk to them as a person. We have to address all 3 universities, except for His Excellency the Minister, who is also a member of the Council of the Region. So we have to have a mechanism, and we have to have a consultation while we are still at the start, because there is, of course, a will to speak, and we have this possibility that we have to capitalize on, because I am, of course, very on the same page of everything that you are proposing, and we have to find a way for us to work together. Thank you very much. Please, Your Excellency, please go ahead. I just have a quick remark, because Mr. Majuz has talked about something that's very important, because when we have delved into advanced regionalization, we didn't really make it so that the region would have its own skills within. When we are comparing ourselves with European countries, we find that the region has its own hubs for scientific research and higher education, as well as professional training, and all of these hubs have their own intellectual skills and superior skills. Right now, Moroccan regions have their own vice presidents that are looking after their own relations, but they don't really look into the structure that would take into consideration these steps. And so we have to have an entire team that is going to be that is going to be managing these relations, and so we won't really go anywhere if we keep going this way, because we don't want to just keep going as people who have wallets and are going to be spending money out of their pockets. Thank you. Mr. Brahim.
على اليمين. انت تستفزني هذا النهار.
You're provoking me today, aren't you?
سي بن هلال.
شكرا.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Your Excellency, the Minister, for this amazing presentation that is very transparent and that is very self-aware as well. I have noticed that we are highlighting the obstacles that are plaguing the professional training. And so based on Law 5117, we have to accelerate this progress, and I would like to revert back to 2 bullet points that are related to governance and coherence between and among the policies of the stakeholders in this sector when it comes to operators of training, professionals, as well as the ANAPEC, for example, or other people that are here after inclusion in the job market. So the second bullet point is about the issue that has to do with coordination for stakeholders in the training sector, whether in the public or the private sectors. And this is through a very important issue when it comes to modernizing and simulating the programs for training. We know that there needs to be a big step when it comes to this stuff, because these things are still lagging behind a little bit, because this is a very important issue when it comes to the same sector and the same job. We find that 2 trainers are working on the same things, but throughout different programs. For example, when it comes to the health sector, we have the systems of approach when it comes to private sector trainings are not the same when it comes to public sector trainings. And so even the public sector is working on the LMD system, while the private sector is working using the operating on these on different systems. And this is in order to train the same profiles that will have access to a job market with the same requirements. There is also another issue that has to do with the private sector, and we would like to thank His Excellency the Minister for speaking to this subject when it comes to this stuff, because it's not enough. These efforts are not enough because the private sector has its own obstacles, because there is a legal arsenal such as Law 1300, which is about the development of this sector, because the private sector needs to be more agile, and this is of course when it comes to these problems we have to make lots of more efforts when it comes to the resources as well about these programs that might create problems. So we have to strike the importance between both sectors instead of giving the opportunity to one sector, because these issues are all really about both sectors. So the last issue that His Excellency the Minister has talked about, which is about these institutions are not always part of the same council. However, there are people receiving training from both sectors, and so His Excellency the Minister has talked about the contribution of the state, and I really congratulate him for mentioning this, because the benefits don't really go a long way for the private sector, because people in the public sector is 100% and 30% for the private sector. So this is indeed when it comes to people of the private sector, which are interns that didn't really find a pedagogic spot for them in the market, because you find only 5 or 6 interns who don't really find a spot in the public sector and have to join the private sector. They're not always from the rich families. So thank you very much. And now moving on to Mr. Yusuf Al-Laboush. I think you overlooked an entire page, Mr. Chairman. I don't really forget a face or a name, don't worry.
في البداية أود أن أشكر السيد الرئيس السادة
I would like to thank the chairman and His Excellency, as well as the members of the council. I would like to share with you a personal experience related to this matter. So after graduating primary school, I chose my own career when it comes to industrial electricity. However, this experience was a failure for me, and I had to change my career and go back to a more general career path, which is related to many reasons, of which are how the lessons are taught, because these lessons are dry without any experience or experimental approaches or applicable approaches, as well as the things that really affect the productivity for students, and it really slows down the pace of understanding for the students. The last bullet point, which is not having the right way to experiment in public schools. There has also been dropouts in the third junior high school for over 3 months because teachers were not available to teach these students. Thank you.
شكرا.
Thank you. The next next speaker, Mr. Mohammed Miskeen. Please go ahead. Thank you. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, thank you very much to honorable ministers for their informative presentations that were very clear and very direct according to each sector. Of course, the subject of vocational training, when we talk about the strategy of reform of the system, there are 3 main structures. First, primary schooling, higher education, and vocational training, because the subject, if we look at it from a statistical angle and we conduct a statistic, we'll find that those that are registered in the Moroccan university, especially those institutions with open attractiveness, we find that most of them are enrolled in vocational training, maybe because he couldn't keep up with the university. That's why he chose vocational training. If we want to achieve a success in this regard, we first need to give priority especially to until baccalaureate, which means that the student has to study the baccalaureate and then the specialty. The latter, because the social vision on vocational training is that those who go for vocational trainer are failures, etc. So we need to have it starting from the baccalaureate. After that, and I agree with one of the morning contributions, we need to have standardization, especially when it comes to access to universities, especially for those universities with limited and open access. And we do filtering and achieve at least the vocational training as a correspondent for economic and social needs, and the Sharifian Moroccan Kingdom now is in competition with other markets, especially in the African market. That's why it has to at least identify and define good vocational training. Of course, there are some problematics when it comes to employment, because maybe even minimum wages in those institutions or in those companies, some of them don't respect it. So one of the problematics is this one. That's why it's also related to the university, especially when it comes to adopting the language, the right language as a condition.
خاصة اللغة الإنجليزية.
And now we're seeing the English language or other languages, if we want to include them. They must be in the heart of vocational training institutions, because if we don't have them and we don't keep up, we can't at the end of the day solve this issue. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Bando. Please go ahead. Thank you very much, Mr. President, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Council. I would like to congratulate the three ministers for these three enriching presentations and diversified ones. Concerning the vocational training matter, Mr. President talked to everything related to partnerships, especially partnerships between vocational training and higher education. There are certain experiences between different institutions and regions, and also between the ANAPEC and the universities. For these universities, and to facilitate internships for students to graduate, and also at the level of complementary training and also supervision, etc. I believe that this experience should be enriched, and also to continue to allow these trainees to continue with their education. And also the other point, that there are some programs for international cooperation between Morocco and Canada is an example of that. And the first part was general, and it witnessed the participation of universities and also professional training, as well as private sector, which bared several fruits. However, the Moroccan state wanted it to concentrate on vocational training. So the question is, would it continue, or would it be limited to the first aspect? And now, as well as the professional training, which is in several countries is negotiable. Is there a possibility to open it here in our country? Thank you, Mr. Raqi. Thank you, Mr. President. And peace be upon all of you. Mr. Sku, if you'll allow me, the roadmap that you presented in front of us, which is related to vocational training, we didn't see the time period or the time frame. For example, for Mr. Busa, it's between 2022 and 2026, excluding some provisions of the framework law, which stipulates 4 or 5 years. It's really great to clarify this point, and we'll also go back to the first contribution of Mr. Madoun, or first comment, which is our concern is that there is to return to our starting point and just be in an endless loop. And this roadmap that you mentioned today, Mr. Minister, today if we go back to YouTube or Google, we find out that this roadmap was introduced by the former minister Amzazi in front of the king. We might say that it's a continuity of institutions and roadmaps. However, we would like to know your added value. What did you add? What new value did you bring? And also another point, which is orientation. You gave a figure, a number of 160 orientation professionals. I used to work in the educational sector, and I believe that there is a center for orienters. And at a certain point, they need to work hand in glove with the vocational training. And we have bridges. It's like if we have two islands, why do we have a national center for orientation professionals? Especially knowing that you have this number of orienters in the who come as laureates and holders of diplomats. We have a lot of resources that are being lost. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, and your full name. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I wasn't about to contribute unless because I saw the honesty that the Mr. President talked about, and we saw the implementation of what the directives of His Majesty, because the roadmaps that were introduced regarding education, higher education and vocational training, all of their ultimate objectives were introduced in the presentation by the minister. And here I would like to say that I've been very glad and very delighted to listen to this roadmap on all its levels, in terms of primary education, secondary education, higher education, as well as vocational training. However, I would like to say that there are three main challenges. Now we're in consultatory institution in order to discuss several matters that we consider priorities, reaching this beneficial learning that His Majesty talked about. And when we talk about vocational training, which is mentioned in the Dahir 1200 and also the Law 1300, all of them talk about three challenges. First of which is that no matter how great the roadmap is, it needs implementation and harmony. And here we will talk about alignment. And when we talk about education or schooling or preschooling, there are several caregivers. However, we see other problems in terms of schooling. For example, the dropping out. And how can a person move from an institution, learning institution, to a labor market? And also, when we talk about higher education and schools, there's also an overlapping, and Mr. Belmokhtar and other ministers in this ministry, they all talked about this. And the other challenge is what we call intention or goodwill. How can we move from higher education, training, and schooling? How can we move from this sharing and consultation to mobilization and the believers in these projects? The last challenge is how can we all make this intellectual torch make this smooth transition, which is real, to have an impact, because we all know that all of them are overlapping in terms of sustainability until they reach the comprehensive development of the country. And we really hope that we will organize a session dedicated for this program, because all of these three sectors need to work together, not only in these strategies but also to reach a solid ground for Morocco of tomorrow. Mr. Ayad, please go ahead. Thank you, Mr. President, Honorable Minister. Your full name, please. Please go ahead, Mr. Ayad. Honorable Minister, though my geography, though the geography imposes on me to support you, but I would like to say something. If you want to guarantee failure in a certain system, you need to have too many actors. And in this vocational training, I see that there are only three main actors. There is the training institution, the ANAPEC as the middleman, and the enterprise. But when I go to the training system, there are two tiers. We have the ancient institutions, and also the problem of supervision, and also equipment. There are some institutions now that have equipments from the 80s, from the 89, and the other point is the professionalization, and also the enterprise. The enterprise has nothing to do with the problems of vocational training. So that relationship between the institution and the enterprise must be reconsidered, because when we go to the field, we see a lot of contradictions. And you talked, Honorable President, about internships. And today, if there is no motivation for the enterprise, the government has to get on the line. And the third is ANAPEC. And when we look at the consultations, there are 600 approximately, and we have 600,000 trainees. There's a real problem, and all of this leads to the quality. And here we can talk about the cost of this intern, then we can talk about quality. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
سي نور الدين العكوري، تفضل.
شكرا.
معذرة، أنا أحيانا
عرفت الحياء تسرب لنا جميعا.
لا أحيانا تنشوف مزيان وأحيانا ما تنشوف شيء مزيان.
أنا كتبغي تشوف. أنا السيد الرئيس ماشي مشكل. في حقيقة المداخلة ديالي أنا ما كانش.
To be honest, when you talked about the roadmap of vocational training, and for us as a trade union of parents, we should be involved in both, in all the roadmaps. We faced a problem earlier when there was one unique ministry for preschool and primary schooling, higher education and vocational training. Then we had professional baccalaureate was launched, however witnessed a failure. Why? Because now the student who talked in the room, he says that several students who wanted to go in this vocational training, they bailed on it because they didn't see any continuity and they didn't see any future. However, we now see that vocational training, entrepreneurship, and the higher education will have a potential. Why? Because several families chose professional baccalaureate for their students so that they go for a professional licence, which they don't find in higher education, or they chose professional baccalaureate for their children in order to have the diploma of a technician, and so that they would go to an enterprise. And sometimes they work in some fields that are other than their major. And we see that some of them just bridge the gap of human resources in these enterprises. So they need to keep up with these trainees after they graduate. And there are also some families that opted for private schooling, and we know several families who spent money on their children, and we know that a number of students of graduates who are poor, they can't find a job. They just keep their diplomas and they stay unemployed. And we know also a number of people who moved to different cities just in order to go with their children to different towns just to study and prevent them from dropping out. And we hope that we can solve all of these issues, and the reform can be carried out. Just we shouldn't take too many routes. We should take only one. We need to have within these training institutions seats for those students who would like to study, get a diploma, and be integrated in the labor market. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm very grateful to those of you who asked questions or gave their comments, because we lacked this space for dialogue and discussions. This ladder in which we see practicalities and also suggestions regarding all the subjects that we discuss. So with all objectivity and humility, I would like to express my gratitude and my thanks for inviting me for this session. The problem that we face today, and you all know this, is not a problem of answers on questions, but a problem of formulating these questions. And we find ourselves, and this happened during the Arab Spring and even before that, in other countries where they implemented certain strategies with high numbers. However, these countries witnessed certain problems because they couldn't formulate the right social questions. And when this gap becomes wider between the general public and those who defend this, and those who receive these policies, either territories or humans, if this gap is large, we witness it results in several phenomena that can grow and within our democratic representation, which is also participatory, and it's complementary to democratic representation. So exercising is very important because it stayed at its position. It didn't move to a different dialogue where we pretend to have solutions and we will just move. As other ministers mentioned, there are no solutions that are proven in other countries, and those who say so, we will just say wow, because things are not that easy. So thank you very much once again, and I would like to thank you. Why? Because the reframing of this of the problem is far better than the fast answer. And some ministers think that they find answers, but they find themselves in front of protests. Why? Because the first is what kind of question did you answer for us? As officials, we shouldn't make a mistake when it comes to diagnosis, because numbers are well known, and the first, second and third roadmaps are well known, and as I said, we had establishments, institutions, etc. There is a progress. However, how or what are the systems of measurements weren't detected, and one of which is the social dimension of vocational training. It's a very important subject for which we couldn't find answers. We don't have it we don't have it yet, and we will work on it, inshallah, because this is the reality. This is the typology of our population. As you mentioned, Mr. Akuri Nordin, head of the Parents Federation. This is one of the weaknesses of the former system of education. When we try to implement business plans, etc., and also added value, we find it very easy. It's called the total cost of ownership. When you want to make a decision, we say, how much would it cost me? Would I rent? Would I go for leasing? Would I buy, etc. However, in these matters, we just look at it superficially. The cost, the family cost, is followed by the ROI. This student, that his family spent money on him, how much would they pay back, these families? This is not how it should work. If we always look for the results, we will not move forward when it comes to determining responsibility or defining responsibilities in the social aspects. It didn't ask the question clearly, and there are no clear answers. That's what we want to include in this new work, including its bursaries, its boardings, its dorms, also keeping up with the private sector, which should be present as well, and also contractualization with the regions. Mr. President maybe is not present among us. All of this with the keeping up with the populations represented by these regions that have their own features, also having their meals, bursaries, This is a national process. Why? Why? Why bursary is a national process? Why is it not a regional complementation? We have social differences, so we agree by intuition that answers should be organized when we come to solutions. We don't find them. It is a real matter. For example, the minister talked about mobility, and he mentioned the need to find housing for people. So there's a lack. There are new themes that are not taken into consideration. The number of professors, the schools we need to build, etc. We have made efforts with great results. How many bursaries, or where would people stay, how would they move from one area to another. The difficulties that are faced by parents and students have to be taken into consideration. If you asked about the value added, this is it. If there is one, this is it. The second one is the need for coordination and overlapping between national policies. We need to have each minister to put order of problems, and it's there, and we need to work on it. However, it's not only limited to this. The convergence of national policies has to do with also with the regional policies and international cooperation, because willy-nilly it's a question of financing. For example, if someone comes and says we have this project and this, then I say they all say that they need funding. And so for us, the integration of all of these plans and overcoming all of the difficulties that we have at the level of administration, we need to have experimentation. We're going to do it this year. However, we'll change the approach. I will go to the region, and they will say we have these resources. I have this roadmap.
What are the trainings that you would like? How can you manage the local ecosystems, local ecosystems for micro businesses, and how are you going to house these people, and what are you going to do about housing issues, as well as the issue related to small entrepreneurs who are going to be hiring 1 or 2 people only. These people who finish their training, how are they going to start their technopark equivalent jobs? We have real estate capacities, we have possibilities. However, people should avoid having a tunnel vision, and we can only do that when people know that they are going to receive these fundings under the regional leadership, because we can't just do what this state wants to do while the region does its own thing. So when it comes to a concession of institutions for the states or for the regions, all of these regions have only reached up to 600, and so for these people with projects, these positions are being filled, and each and every one is positioning itself based on its own context. So we have LAREP based on a new study, because when you have a population, I was an elect locally and nationally, and so we really need a way to react on real grounds. And so the people who have their systems, they just hire and fire people, and so like our systems that we have called differently for the general secretary and everything, you are not part of their administrations, and there are some presidential systems. There is a president and vice president that is taking care of these things, like in New York, for example. In our choices, we are still learning, really, when it comes to this domain. So we would like to apply this on public policies, and especially when it comes to professional training, we find some difficulties. We say that we have to have a scheme or a structure, and if we have a consultation, it would have been better, with better will to be able to put in at the disposal the resources of the state, with regional piloting. And so that's why we really need to deliver on this. The other questions related to subjective questions when it comes to the national framework for certification. I read the present decree, and I found that what this decree has lived somewhat between 2014 until now made it not really take into consideration its actionability, because I know that you are practitioners and experts that don't only solve problems through decrees generally, but when it comes to a system of exploitation. When I read the decree, I can tell you my real feelings, and I am really ready in any other meeting to tell you the same, that I am sorry because we can't find any practical solutions. Please understand that I would like to elaborate on this, because based on the version that I have, mainly tells us that things could be organized, but if they are actionable or not, that's a big question. Because what we said, continuing and complementing for the ecosystem, we are really effectively ready to reopen, because there's lots of work to do, because there's a good way to do things. And so we are thinking of how actionable this is exactly, because when it comes to the sectors and the ecosystems, we are looking into the politics of mobility when it comes to, because countries have asked us for a number of manpower, of which are already available in professional training. So the issue for us is that we have needs on the one hand for our productivity sector for our country. We have reforms, and thirdly we have everything that has to do with the unemployment. So theoretically there is space for people to start working. However, practically there is an issue when it comes to optimal balance. So what we thought is that there is a political difficulty with these countries, because the number that I have is about 50,000 per year for people with diplomas, not agricultural workers. So these are people who are graduating from institutions, and we have really worked on the vertical integration of this topic, because if you are going abroad, it's like you are destined for a sector, and these countries must invest in our own professional institutions with 500 or 1,000 to look into how we can prepare a normal curriculum in order to how to work on this circular migration, and this would be we should be ready to work on this migratory influxes. And so when it comes to this it is all about the reconnaissance and testimonies, because they are very important, and one of the many priorities of our first semester is to really make you feel more comfortable and relaxed, because this is really something that's important for us. And to end my comment, there is a lack of balance in the achievements of the roadmap, as it is the way for all the roadmaps that we have across all sectors. There are some things that have been achieved very quickly and very productively, and some of which have been challenging, and even the COVID period didn't really help when it comes to dealing with the productive sector and working on building something with the productive sector. So things are starting to be back to normal, and all these topics that you have mentioned are topics that have already been discussed for me, and so the conclusion and the bottom line for us is that we also have in front of our eyes inclusion of all things, because at the end of the day, inclusion is what's going to judge the efficiency of our politics, policies, and evaluating our efforts, because there are accreditation for each and every for the facilitation of overcoming all of these obstacles in a way that would allow us to have a margin for manpower of each and every institution. So I apologize if I missed any of your questions, but the last remark was from our member and part of this council, who we would like to thank for being here, who told us about their experience, because there's a real problematic when it comes to the high schools and junior high schools, where there's public education and institutions of professional training, and there is a huge gap geographically speaking as well between everything that's being taught. There is a real issue where there are some pioneers that aren't really leading to any success. However, as you said, if we don't reach out to Mr. Mirawi with the quote or with the quota that we have to meet, we won't really go far. Because the bottom line is we have to measure how the system is working, because people who are studying, we tell them to just keep studying because they know that they feel like they are going to study towards the job market. And there are also some things that I didn't really address, but they are part of preparations, because we have ruptures or total ruptures with what we have right now, because OFPPT is really doing lots of efforts when it comes to the 160 people, and we have to also take into consideration the productive sector, because it has its own costs that need to be paid. Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency the Minister. We will move on now to the second part of our agenda, or the second item of our agenda, by passing the floor to the General Secretary, Madam our respected lady.
هذه تكوني مقنعة كيف قلت لي.
بدي نحاول السيد الرئيس. Le parterre n'est pas difficile, n'est pas facile. Il y a que ça. سيد رئيس
Mr. Chairman of the Superior Council, I will try, because my voice is a little bit weak today. If you would be patient, Mr. Chairman of the Superior Council, ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. The presentation I will be delivering today is about a proposal to edit the bylaws of the Superior Council for Education when it comes to the